Happy Monday. Oop, my microphone is loud. My bad. I should also check if it actually sounds okay because I didn't check that. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's sounding good. How's everyone doing? We're here. We're gonna do stuff. I totally didn't forget that today is a day in which I gotta do stuff. Oh, where's my chat? Hello. Yeah, I'm sorry you're having a rough week already. I like stuff too. Oh my god, all my stuff is like off. What's happening? Alerts. You were the check-in, Kiwi. How's it going? There you go. But yeah, I forgot to do a stream schedule this week. I also forgot to plan anything for today, if I'm completely honest. So we're gonna do that now. Counting down the seconds to get out of work feels like one of those days, don't it? It's one of those Mondays, it seems. Got that right temperature when we start. I'm trying this new format of the Go Live post today. Don't know how well it's gonna work, but we're gonna try it. Alright. Keeping you up. Right temperature when we wanna start. I gotta do some 3D stuff today too. This guy, that guy's a big guy. Hopefully, thank you for the head pack, chaotic. But yeah, I hope your guys' rest of your days go okay, or the rest of your week kind of chills out a bit, so that way we don't have to. You don't have to be like, man, this week sucked. That's my hope. Alright, so we'll do some 3D stuff. We'll hopefully get time to play some Minecraft. But we'll see. Belova. Selection only. That looks okay. Let's see how it looks on the socials. Mr. Bombastic, totally fantastic. My stream light is blinding the fuck out of me. It has got I think my brain cell ran away in my eep. But my stream light is like blinding me. There you go. I could not see. Okay. Let me turn on the rest of it. Okay, Google, turn on smart plug 1 and 2. Whoopee. I had a very busy morning. I kind of slept in a bit, but that's okay. Sometimes you just gotta eat. Gotta get back to work. Oh, I love you. Remember, eat the rich. Poop on company time. They can't stop you. But I'll be here in case you have a break. Have a good stream. I'll check back in later. Sounds good. Love you. Bye. Have a good the rest of your work day. Twitch.tv/maincoow. Yippee! All the love. All the lovin's. Okay, so post. Bye! Oh, cool. It does look good. Nice. Nice. I kind of want to start varying it up a little bit, so. Fantastic. Okay. So now this one. Monday. Today is the 12th. You believe it, guys? Already the 12th? Montic. Monday, extra titles. That's good. And now I move all these guys over. But we'll say this like at the end of the day when we kind of figure out what we've done for the day, I think. Oh, I need to do a schedule post. I need to take my meds. I've been forgetting to take my meds. I gotta take my meds. Fantastic. Oh, like I dropped one. I did not. Oh, good. Good job, me. Okay, you go in Monday. Oops. Well, that doesn't really matter. Monday. You. Wednesday. If you have meds today, don't forget to take them, folks. Do we have Dragonlance this weekend? No, we don't. No, we don't, because a person is missing. Yeah, that's right. Right? Let me go check. Wrong thing. Let's see. The 17th would be this week. We do have Dragonlance this week. Oh my god, I just poured all of this into my hand. Why did I do that? I just poured an entire pill bottle onto my hand. That was not necessary. Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, yep. Well, these are different colors. I like the colors of these ones. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. The cat decided to say hello this morning. Oh, hi, Rainer. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Alright, you go in there. And then making sure every day I have some vitamin D because I need more sun. Alright, cool. All prepared for this week. Alright. Alright. So it is the 12th. We're going to the 18th. Nice. Okie dokie. And then let's change this art piece actually. Probably change it to the new one we got. Stream, Art of Me, Basil, this one. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so big. Oh, it's because it's a square. I don't know how well this will fit. Yippee, Monday stream. Hi, Gore. Yeah, it's a Monday stream. Let's see. Image. Boop. 46. Never be alone. Someone to hold. I'm just gonna borrow the background from this other one. Actually, thank you for the checking, Gore. I hope you're having a good Monday. Be there for you. Got engaged. Latte. Okay, I gotta look up Basil. I'm sleep deprived, but okay. How did you not get no sleep? Will you involve me up till the crack of dawn? Hope you're doing good. I slept a lot. I slept a fuck ton. I got high yesterday and I just kind of slept. then that was kind of it. I just kind of slept. One they're at. Stay out till 1 a.m. playing a game. Oh, understandable. They say I hope you had fun with the game. Hope the game was fun. Is it the one with all them 50,000 endings? Alright, so co-working, making a new base in Minecraft. I'm gonna change this. Trying to find sweet land. And then tomorrow we'll play gas station soon. I start caring about my responsibilities of the dog because 8 days left, so my ADHD like, yeah, no, I stay up late. That's valid. That's valid. Where's on the gas station simulator? It's good. The game's getting spicy. Spicy. Ooh, that is spicy. No, that's valid. Especially if you have to play like day by day, you know. Notes is gone. Dragonlance. And then Friday is Walk Amongst the Wilds, episode 55. 45, not 55. And then Saturday is Eat Day. We'll have we'll have sit up by Saturday, and that'll be kind of it. There we go. I think that's good. Or I don't like that it keeps glitching out. This is all good. You can leave your head up to the sky. Breath and give it time. May 12th. Deep freezer. Oh boy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Brain cell left me and I slept for like how long did I sleep till? I don't even remember. For like 12 plus hours. But here is this week's schedule. Getting back lots of art of the Forbidden Design. They all look good, but something making me pissed. No, that's so valid. That's so valid. I'm sorry, go. I'm sorry, go. But at least they're not art pieces, you know? At least they're nice art. At least they're nice art pieces. I lost out on $100 because the person was so happy to do it. So I was just like, ooh, understandable. Understandable. I mean, it's not really your fault that like things went that way, you know? Hello. Sorry to bug. Just check it to see what you think of the com. Nice job. I'm trying to stay positive. I'll stay positive with you. It's cute. Cute art piece. Cute art. Art always. Art serotonin art. Art. You know? I'll show you. Hold on. Okay. And then I'll gush about it. And then it'll make you happy. I already forgot what I'm doing today. Okay, that was my... Oh, that's a really nice art piece though, Gore. I get it, but that's such a nice art piece. I love the brush that they're using. Dude, that looks sick though. It's animated? That's really cool. That's really cool though. It looks really nice. I like it. I like it. Oh my god. I feel like I've seen this person before. Cute. Ooh, oh my god, they have Starpy art. Oh my god, they have Starpy art. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh look. Oh look. Oh look at this. Oh look at this person. I saw Starpy art. Where is it? Where's the Starpy art? I wonder who this is. No, that's really cute. I really like their stuff. Where's the Starpy art? I thought they would have had a singular one for the Starpy art, but because I saw it in here. There's a Starpy art. The bottom left one is a Starpy. I follow them. They're very cute. We will shimmy for you. And the lions are amazing. They raised their prices recently, so that I offered to pay the new price because I ordered April before they raised it, so it's no worries. That's nice of you. That's so nice. I know a lot of people, like, I remember there was a thing for a while where, like, quite a few, like, VTuber artists, like, raised their prices, like, universally just to kind of stay with the market, and a lot of their, like, new kids would be like, what the fuck? And I remember that caused a bit of uproar, but, you know, a lot of artists had to kind of be like, well, this is what I'm worth, and if you don't think I'm worth it, then suck my left nut. Slika is this way. Yeah, it makes sense. I support my artists with that money. Yeah, when I had money, oof. When I had a stable income, ooh man, I was getting art pieces all the time. That's why I'm able to have like this folder on all these art pieces. It's because I had a stable income at one point, but I cherish all of them. I love all my art. Oh, my art. I think I rendered those. Let me make sure so I can send it over to him. You're crazy like me. Let's go. Yeah, when I had money, when I had a stable income, dude, I'd get a commission like once a week. Once a week minimum. Did I not render it? Okay, I need to render those then. It is important that I render those, and then today it goes out a club clip. I've almost surpassed 550. I'm dead ass famous. People asking when I'll come back. That's crazy. That's valid. I wish I could do that. I feel like I used to commission a lot through like Twitter DMs more than like VGen, because VGen kind of got more popular after I lost my job, so a lot of my commissions just went through like Twitter DMs. I was my ass via my own college because your girl poor. That's so valid. That's so valid. I already forgot what I was doing. It's this guy and this guy, and then I need to not listen to my music for a second. Cause I need music for this video. Yeah, we'll use this one. And we do this at 25. We'll go to the beginning and we. Okay, that sounds good. If I couldn't draw, I'd never buy art because I adore art, but I'm gonna have to pay my bills for it. Hence, if I'm never sell it, it's because I'm eating right. That's valid. That's valid. That's valid. Cause like I don't know. I let myself splurge when I went to the farmer's market on Saturday, and I got a little treat. So I was like, either I could get a commission with this money, or I could get some food, and I got some food. Silly little moments from stream. I hope you enjoy. I just sort of patched together some fun clips. Food treats are great. Food treats are great. I love food treats. And it was like not just for me, it was like for Pixels too, so it was nice. I just burped. I'll be honest, I just burped. And I burped my medicine. I just burped my medicine. I'm gonna try, because of my birthday month away to treat myself to merch of my game. Hell yeah. I'd love to see like merch of your VTuber too. I feel like you have really good merch. I'm Scary Mark with my Discord. Hell yeah. Yep, that didn't feel great. I tasted like the casing. I've never had that happen. That was really gross. Okay. Drink some water. I'll feel better. I feel better now. Twitch streamer. I forgot. Oh, Twitch clips. I understand. This is my and then I'm gonna post the same one over here. The vitamins. Vitamin. Gooner. Goon? Okay. I think Boffy's just jealous, Gore. I think Boffy's just jealous, obviously. That works. I don't know what I named this on my channel. Just my command. But don't you understand? Wish is my command. Okay, I just did Mark's just mad it's not about him. Why would it be about him though? He's dead right now? Oh, I bet. I messaged him like earlier this morning to see if he was down for me to schedule something for Wednesday. And he's like, I'm easy. And I'm like, oh, I didn't take you for a sloot, but yeah, okay. I didn't copy the C. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it. Try to wake his ass up, but I think he went to bed at 4. Yeah, that's valid. That's completely possible. I wouldn't be surprised. Oops. What am I doing? Okay. He's easy as wild slut Mark. I'll show you. Hold on. Cause I know Go away. Let's see, public for today. That's what I'm saying. Like, I read that and I had to do like a double take because I was like, I don't think that's what he meant. Oh, if I perhaps wanted to... Oh, you can join if you want. Do I need new mods? I can send you the mods we have now. Hold on. R2 mod, man. Let me send you the link. Change game, change scene folder, clean copy, enable export files code. There you go. That's the code for the mods. Some interplay reboot are mostly normal now. Typing at my desk as we speak. Hell yeah! Yeah, I sent you the sorry, my face tracking was lagging. I sent you the code. The code for it all, so okay. I gotta like not be I gotta not post one of the days. Okay, I doubt sometime today. No rush. No rush. I don't want to be posting on Sundays. I think Sundays are just like just not applicable days. Rest days. Because like I'll be honest, posting every goddamn day is a lot. So this is like clips, trends. So Monday will be clip/trend day, VTuber highlight our tips. Hey Wacky, how's it going? V stars, and then roll for fun, and then vibe and shine. There you go. Check. Me and Mark were talking on my walk, and I think you should take the weekend as a rest full because you're not resting enough between posting and streaming. I sleep. You don't understand. I sleep a lot on the weekends. Like, if I'm not awake, if I'm not in a Discord call playing video games, I'm probably sleeping. Or going shopping, and I like shopping. Shopping is nice. And by shopping, I just mean grocery shopping, and it's just nice to get out of the house. Doing good, just had a great D&D game. I've been fighting with the government over a passport. Might be coming to an end soon. Huge win. Hell yeah! I'm proud, I'm glad. Just please take time. Oh yeah, no, I'm okay. Thank you for the worry though. There are things I have to do today. Starting with 20. No. 33, don't know. I know you're healthy, unlike me, and have energy, but I care for hardworking friends. That means a lot. Thank you, Gore. Don't worry. If it's starting to get to me, it will be very fucking obvious very quickly that I am dying. Hi, Pixels. But for now, I think I'm okay. As long as I get my sleep. As long as I get one day where I'm just sleeping, I'm pretty pogging. Because my reset is sleeping. Boys and girls can all be friends every single day. 27. We'll do Incobini. Make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. And since her baby girl, she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? Oh, there was a suggestion from someone in my TikTok comments. It was when I did Nekomiki's Commander Discordia. Let's see. Or let me suss ya out. I'm your heavy metal hag commander. Discordia. Welcome, soldier. My name is Discordia, or Cordia for short. I'm your kitsune commander that aims to fill your day with memes, loot-some convos, debates, laid-back game, and the most base takes. Enjoy your enlistment, soldier. Hovers outside the door. Hot lights, a mirror disco ball. Everything, the reason at the door. Wicked dreams, leading to the sea. Where is the thingy? Make my mama proud. The instruments could use. Person is. To do a video. Okay. Let's take this thing, and then we're gonna put this in there. Nope. This one goes in here. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Okay. Hide this one. And then we're posting Monty's. Right? Wait, is Monty second? Monty is second. What's happening? Why am I fucking this up? Will of you in Tennessee are always on my mind. Yeah, okay. New southern draw 1,000 miles away. Say, God, what have you done? Fitting pony girl, and you dance at the club, oh mama. That's where I belong. Or call this finale. Notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around. You and friends. I spelled traumatic wrong? Oh my god. Oops. Yeah, thank you. I always spell one thing wrong. Yep, it is. Oh, my brain. Ah! Oh no, why is my face tracking? Stop lagging! Stop it. Okay. Traumatics. Yeah, man. Alright. Give me back my mama. The bonking lag it? Nah, I think it's just my internet. Quite a terrifying love. Let me open inside. When I talk to you. These would be part 4. I think that makes sense, right? Because it's. Yeah. Oh, my cap's ain't off. Okay. Okay. So now I need to the Catan shard. South of Midnight. Okay, so this one I need to upload. Twitch promos. Watch out. No problem. Finish, save changes. I should have a thing for this. This is, wait, making sure that was a highlight. It is, okay. Say it, please. Anxiety. In 3, 2, 1. Anxiety. Okay, so this is Freeball and Sentient Chocolate, which should have been uploaded to the other channel already. Sentient Chocolate, yeah. Sentient Chocolate. Delete video. This is Monday. Which I have it downloaded, but that does not mean it's been posted, which it shouldn't be. What is up with me? Anxiety. 2025. May 2nd should be uploaded. Yep. Okay, and then May 5th. May 5th was last Monday. So I need to start downloading the other ones. Let's get her done. Download. From Popo. And then where do we take a break? Try me. Let's see, free ballin' Friday. And then I know ain't got no gas in it. Should be good now. We're downloading. Let's see, we have this one. 6th, 8th, yeah. And then let's plays. Insert image and cell. Let's see. Nope, not that one. Games. This one. Do I have the VOD for that though? Gameplay. South of Mid. I do have the 3rd episode. I just don't have the 4th episode. This was finished. When did we finish that? I think it was 8th then. And then this was this. So now he's all good. I think we posted in Tiefling Melissa's already, if I'm correct. Nobody flies. We won't even notice I'm standing right there. Thought they might care. Boop, 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 boop. 5th. We had a dream. But everything I wanted. 8 more days. 8 more days until summer break, I'm assuming. Which I am excited for you. Yoo-hoo! I'm glad. If I could change the way that you see yourself, but I wonder why they don't deserve you. I just scream. My head was underwater. CDE. Next. Public, publish. And the finals must be setting in on those kiddos. I hope they're doing alright. I hope they pass with flying colors. Yesterday was a year ago. I don't wanna let anybody know. Everybody wants something from me now. I don't wanna let them down. Had a dream. Got everything I wanted. But when I wait, passing is not the issue. Survival is the current issue. You got me on that one. That is true. That's valid. Yes, I'm here. No one will hurt. They're getting annoying. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, my eye itches. Oh, my eye itches. Oh, son of a bitch. Huh, okay. But I got called scared today, so that's good. I felt the same way as a student. Yeah. I mean, as the summer approaches, tempers get thin. You know, tempers get hotter. Alright, who was I covering for V highlight this week? I had a plan, but I already forgot. Where are these? Squeegee. I want to do squeegee today. Do it again. If they knew what they said, go straight to my head. I did post. 21? Yeah. 22, yeah, okay. These are the ways things go. Please never be on the move. And she's so perfect. Alright, and then let's see. We did Rin. Who do I want to do next? I guess we could do Discordia just because it was suggested by the community. So I want to respect the timing of Discordia. Or the timing of the person that requested it. So yeah, I guess we'll do that one. So taking this. That would go here, I believe. It's supposed to be like that. 32, yeah. And then V highlight, we're doing squeegee. Save, and then art tip. We doing another? I need to hide some of these. I think it's up to here. Oh, dry brushing. I'm excited to talk about dry brushing. I actually know what dry brushing is like. I know what it means to dry brush something. I got Pixels taught me what that meant, and I got to do it on a set of horns that I have. And I have to send myself because I want to put that in the TikTok video. In my mind, sometimes I look in her eyes, and that's where I find glimpse of us. And I try to offer her touch, not thinking of the way it was. Should I moved on? Let's go to gallery. Let's go to camera. I'm gonna hop back to a while ago. It was after this, I think. Yep. Yeah, this one's good. Done. Send. Cool. Ooh, dry brushing, I know. I'm excited because I actually know about dry brushing. Not that I won't be looking stuff up, but let's hide. Oh, we need to do the key mailer stuff. Keys. I think launched in glitches was one. And this one. Okay, so above me, the people I love, and then I get scary, then I get ugly, yeah. I know problem, number, vision, motive, observation, confirm. Okay, so we need a disclaimer for the game, which we'll put in here. YouTube tag, Twitch category, and then the hashtag, and then this hashtag, and then I think that's everything. And then this one. And this one, the lost glitches. Then that is for the following week. YouTube tag. And then the Twitch category. If I wanna be a mister, make it won't beat run like a roller coaster. Space. Steam. What? Wait, how do I? Let's go to view. Wait, how do I redeem it? Oh no, I just don't know how to do it. Oh, I gotta do it through there. Okay. Got a code. I have a code. Where do I put this code? I want to try their game. Game Hub? Oh, I see. I think I have to install the game and then do it that way. Okay. Thank you for the lurk, Zach. These need to be go here. Hi, Soviecto. How are you? Hope you're having a great day. Okay, so keys redeemed. Devil, how's working? Good. We're just kind of setting up for the next couple of weeks, so that way I am better prepared. Because I slept for like 12 hours and I prepared nothing for today. Vibin workday was good. I was gonna do some editing in a bit. Hell yeah, I'm proud of you. Proud of you for staying on that grind. Because the grind can be hard. It's processing. Process. Alright. I want to listen to Anna Pantsu today, I think. I don't know what the song is. Ooh, I do like this though. Okay. Alright, let's start with Vibe and Shine, I think. Da, da, da. I'm gonna bury you ground. Da, 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 da. Because that was the fastest. I want to do something quick. Just to get myself in the schmoove of it. Actually, also I want to set up a multi-stream for BLT. Not like me. Oh. I almost clicked something bad. Okay. Sorry I don't treat you like you're perfect, like all your little loyal subjects do. Sorry I'm not made of sugar, not sweet enough for you. You always avoid me. Ooh, Pat's doing stuff? I'm just your problem. Let's see, Havoc _ RPG, because he's playing something cool. Pitter, Pat, HBM. I'm just, and then Ark's doing stuff. Gimme. I shouldn't have to. Okay, there we go. I think that's everyone. Start watching. Yeah, looks like it. Sorry that I exist. Got what landed me on your blacklist. But I want to be the one that makes up with you. So why do I want to? Why do I want to? Why do I want? Alright, what do we got in Happy Talk this week? This little hamster. Yo, karaoke stream, let's go. We meme about this, but every stream I have is a karaoke stream because I just sing with the music. This one. Oh wait, these go here, not here. And then what goes here, I will do in a second. So I got to download the videos. Alright, here, and then we go here, and there's this hamster. Where have you been, all your children? Tell me so I say. Happy hair, where have you been, all your children? Tell me so I say. I love something. why didn't I copy the thing? It's gonna tell me, so I say. If I were you and all your children, tell me. Alright, I guess we're doing it this way. Whoops. Where are your children? Tell me, so I say. I'll serve you. You're afraid. Tell me, so I say. I love you and all your children. Tell me, so I say. Actually, I don't know what some of these words mean. Okay, there. All your children. I think I would just do hashtag sketch, hashtag squirrel for that one. Squirrel. So I say, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha. This one I'd also do manually. Punch buggy hashtag CD player. As I reached my way, tell me, so I say, my way. Alright, that's done. I say as I just remember I have to make the cover. Mm-mm. I don't know what I want to listen to. No, sure. I like a bit of love. I can't say her name right now. Don't at me. Don't at me. Well, to a new city is running down on me. Romance in the end. There's no fit out again. Ooh, this can't be me. 'Cause the sun's engaged in the sky. My best friends found a new guy. I'm only getting older. I've never had a shoulder to cry. Someone to call mine. Everybody's falling in love and I'm falling behind. Oh my god, that scares the shit out of me. Okay. This lovely video, we get to see a planned brown missile strike hit a friendly I gotta be honest, I was flabbergasted, I guess. Gasted. Little dude. Love to this wonderful rendition of the crime. Everybody's falling in love. Then this TikTok user shared with us their little diva of a hamster. And honestly, when I get told no to having a sweet treat after a traumatic day, I too sit pudge and all. And then I Love Bread video is the video about a little throwback for this week, as well as this CD player that looks like a punch buggy. And all I have to say about it, why don't we have this type of whimsy in the world anymore? Look at it. Why does modern mean minimalist? Oh wait. I'm guessing that I've grown up. I guess I'm human no more. Always leave a shit. I'm a crazy bitch. Talk to you. This video is so funny. This middle one though, oh my god, if you guys haven't seen it, you should definitely watch it when you can. It is so fucking funny. Literally, the squirrel is just sitting on this like AC like unit, and he just fucking lets it rip, and it lands on a nearby squirrel, and it's fucking the funniest thing I've ever seen. That poor squirrel didn't stand a chance. And then one of the fucking comments is like, it must have been the wind. And I'm like, no. God damn. He will say hi. Edit labels. Boop, boop, boop. Edit dates. Oops. This comes out Saturday. Save. Change cover. There we go. Okay. Teeth. It's like my skin. Try. Get to see a crime rendered by a true artist. A bit of sass served with a side of whimsy. Okay, that's all good. We'll roll for fun next. So that means we gotta look up enshrined. Need the logo. Okay. hashtags. Oh, I gotta add a new folder though. Oh, I also should see con beanie. See. Okay, that is correct. Let's see if it's on here. They don't have any hashtags or anything. Okay. I don't like that one. Do they not have like a Ooh, this one. Give me. Hi Shadow, thank you for the head pat. I hope you're having a good Monday. And I just need their trailer, I think. Can I say hello now and not get stabbed? Can I say hello now and get a hello back? Bitch! Listen. That's what happened. Listen, this is what happens when you make me killer twice. With the imposter twice, man. It's not my fault. Hi, Shadow. See, I don't have a knife. No knife. No knife. No knife. Just saying. Oh, Havoc already went offline? What the fuck, Havoc? Should I call an ambulance for possible stabbing? Yeah. I can't be in the imposter. This is my own stream. I'm the realist. I'm the realist. No, yesterday, me and my friends were playing, Among Us 3D. It was pretty fun. But the first 2 games, man. The first 2 games, I was fucking the murderer. I was the imposter. I was like, what? You can't. You can't. It can't be me. It can't be me. Twice. But it fucking was. Stupid. This is a gnarly. I don't know what this is. I don't know this is a gnarly. And a cube. Next. Hi, condemned. Oh, okay, hold on. Simulation, relaxing, cozy. Okay, simulator, store, story, cozy, relaxing. I got my phone book today, but it's not printed right. What's a phone book? Like a Yellow Pages? Mark showed me this song. It's a bop. I love this song. You know, they're the ones that did, hold on, I'll play the next song next. The last one that they blew up for, like, is so, like, it's just not what, like, it's such a 180 from this song. And it's like, what the fuck? I'm the shit. Aww, that's so cute, Condemned. Aww. Cute. Cute. Okay, there we go. I have been pinning my hair up. And my hair is too soft to tie into a ponytail. I had to put it into a a little hair bun. The shit. Shit. Ooh, we're on episode 30. Wow. Or getting to. Oh my god, I relate. Hair would fall out the scrunchies unless it was so tight I'd rip my hair out. Like, my hair when it was like a bit more oily was like, oh yeah, it's fine. But with my headset I can't use a hairband, but I just don't super want. Yeah, this song. This is made by the same people. This is made by the same people as that gnarly song, and I'm like, hi, Oceanic. Yeah, these are the same people. Nah, legit. Look. Gnarly, and then Touch. We're listening to Touch Gnarly, dude. It's crazy. I don't know. But yeah, they're maybe the same people. I was like, what the fuck? I'll make that small. Okay. Touch. Doing too much. It's such a cute song. And to go from gnarly to this is insane. Same. Okay. I've closed it once again, but I need the intro line. Oh, I gotta think of a meme though. I have to think of a bit. What's a common retail thing that happens? We thinking memes? Yeah, so with Roll for Fun, I kind of think of like a little bit to do that like is like with the game a bit. So this one I was like thinking like going like me pretending to be a cashier and it goes beep beep. Ma'am, the thing is for BOGO, but I can't give you the discount if it's used. You know, kind of thing. Beep. Yeah. Noises of scanner. Ma'am. Ma'am, we don't sell cucumbers here. Anywho. Oh my god, Persona remix kind of fire. Yeah, this just played randomly, so. Inkobini one. Maybe people stealing shoelaces right off the shoe. Don't know. I used to do that allegedly when the aglets for my shoe broke. That's valid. Maybe this is because this is like a cozy game. Maybe I would want to keep it with that vibe. No, I think this will be okay. I don't know. Bro, I stole a fluffy ball off a shoe once, as a kid, and my grandma took my entire TV from her. That's crazy. So let's just say I never stole around her. That's valid. Wait, is this an old-timey game where you type stuff in? Oh my god. No, Inkobini is just a game where you play as like a retail store worker in a Japanese like convenience store. And it's very cute. It's very slow paced, but it's nice. It's cute. Yeah, we played the demo of it. Yeah, I thought we were just listing off retail. No, it's good. I need the retail stuff for like based off a real store. Yeah, I think so. I just I want to do a bit, but I don't know if I should just do a funny retail bit or if I should do like a or just like a bit that goes with the game, like maybe something cozy. Did Cryptic Color just go offline too, bro? Fucking shit, man. Alright, I'm just gonna there. There. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Alright, ma'am. That'll be $265. Cash or card. And then I'll be like, little me brings a stack of coupons. Okay. I'm just gonna grab a thing. I'll do it. The damn editing it. Inconveni One Store Mini Stories is a third-person single-player simulation game centered around a small-town convenience store in the early 1900s. Show of goods, engage in meaningful conversation with your customers, and see how choices you make impact their lives. Chat let me know that this game released their demo for the game, and I knew I had to try out. Such a cozy game. We played it together. Relax time. Man, I sure love experiences the real textures with kind customers and good managers. Wait, hold on. That's actually really funny. That's so funny. Wait, should maybe we do that? Yeah, hold on. Wait, I think I'm gonna do that instead. Man, I sure love experience the real tales of kind of just like in real life. And then in the background store on fire. You can take it. It's free. Oh, so me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Soviecto. I always do little thank yous right here when I borrow someone's idea. We played it together. And very relaxing, and I enjoyed the in-depth conversations you can have with the NPCs. Like to try this game out for yourself today. Grab the demo over on Steam. Right, because it's not out yet. Yeah. So that whiskey bottle has carrot nails in the back, right? Yep. Alright, there's that. A cute little game to take a break. Be busy. As much as we did. And then I need their trailer. I always grab the trailers. Cancel save video as. There we go. Change cover, upload. Save. You probably look for like crowded scenes that get louder as you finish your sentence. Yeah, like I think I would just have to look up like crowd noise. Crowd. Crowd cheering, crowd gas, crowd going, ew, crowd laughing. Crowd shocked, crowd boo, crowd pause. This is just people screaming. Like, they're like, ah, ah, ah. That's not bad, though. Scan. There we go. I want to do like a scanner. I'll like be scanning stuff. Yeah. Alright, I think that's good for now. Actually, fuck it. We're already here. Let me grab a store background, a cash register, and then yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can just find like crowd calm. Crows calm. Crowd calm. Yeah. Okay. And then let's delete these guys. Elements. We need store. Yeah, we'll take this store. No, that doesn't matter. Current page download. Now we wait for that to download. And then we'd actually be quite prepared for the video editing, actually. Close. Catch register. Graphics. Or photos. We'll need to check out beeping in the background for the one dude who doesn't give a fuck. Oh yeah, we got the beep. Don't you worry, we got that beep. I think let's do this, and then let's flip it, and then let's just put it as like a desk, like this. Like one of these here. This one. Like one of these. Transparent current page download. Cash register save. Nice. And this one's good, so now I can check 2 off. Guys, we're actually not too bad. An hour and 30, and we already got 2 done. We're actually doing really well. I'm here to give you ideas. We're also stuck on music that will set the vibe of the video. Though that's valid. Sometimes you just gotta procrastinate a little bit till you get what hits, you know? Oh yeah, and then we gotta do the VTuber trend video, that's right. VTuber rigging test trend. Is this one? Okay, wait, I gotta... This one will be for next Tuesday. Edit dates. Save. Edit dates. Oh, I'm doing these wrong. Save. Save. Edit dates. Save, and then this one's gonna come out the 18th. Nope, 20th. This will come out 19th. My brain is stupid. Yeah, I'm trying to find something silly, good for some chaos. Have you ever tried good for chaos? Could it be like any song, or does it have to be a copyright-free song? And does it have to have can it have lyrics? Because Tom Cardi is a really good one in my opinion. I've been expecting the tide of my life. Edit dates 29th, 30th. You're right in front of me. Yeah. Oh god, my neck. So it's copyright should be best if it's a yeah. I would hold on. I would suggest like this. I'll post it in chat, but like this is a really good one. And they can kind of do like moods and stuff, so like you can go into that. And I filtered it so that way there's like no like AI made music, but like some of them are pretty fun. You might have to balance them yourself a bit, but you might have to scrub a little bit, but there's some pretty good ones in there. Min centipede, humans don't give me. I got flies, of course. That's just the site that I use to get my music. Be the main course. Oh, my headset battery is dying. Because this one didn't want to charge, so I'm going to charge the other one. Touching my Morse code. I'm blinking so much. In my eye. No, thank you. I don't want to die. Hi, Boofy. That one's already charged. Damn, that's crazy. You're taking a break. That battery's taking a break because it did not want to charge. And I'm ready for excuses. Alright. Dry brushing. Tell me what that thing's gonna be. Might have to grab it from Canva too. Sorry, bud. Doing pretty good. How you doing? Grub. Finally, I've been myself up to love. Okay, cool. Art. Photos. Okay, maybe not. I just want this picture. I don't know what we're listening to now, but I like it. Art tips. Oh, I can check stuff off, right? Oh, yeah. Dry brushing. Art tips. Gonna be 33, save. Put that down. And then I need the picture I sent myself. And then we'll get... I think most of my videos nowadays for like dry brushing has been referencing other artists just because I feel like that's easier. And I don't mean to be lazy, it's just if it's a physical art thing, the amount of times that it would take for me to make the video and make the example in real life is gonna take 10 times longer than it is just for me to like to just reference another video. Anything. Need dry brushing. It's all good, just credit minutes, no sweat. Hi, Shy, how are you? My brain is thinking. My brain is thinking. I have to DM somebody. Oh, I just got from Bax. Oh, I was Pax. Did you have fun? Oh my god, I hope you had fun. Got a Glock in my Rari. Get my Rari. So much fun. I'm glad. I'm glad. Happy late birthday. I saw a picture of you. Yeah. Happy belated birthday. One more time. It's so good. I love it. Oh shit. From a video? So excited for Friday! Is it your birthday Friday? Wait, what's happening Friday? What's happening Friday? Birthday subathon! Oh! Birthday subathon! Yippee! Yeah, ruin their life. Get them that cash, baby. Get them that money. I want to use this guy's video. I'm gonna die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. This one. This one. Okay. Also, happy early birthday, Subathon. What was I thinking? You tried dry brushing. No, not that. I mean it in terms of gore is scary in a loving way, you know? In terms of artistic technique. I gotta get a video of dry brushing in terms of, because now I've just learned that dry brushing means multiple things. Yeah, of course. She's so scared. This video is so scary to me. Gore's Discord is scary, bro. You see Gore's fucking Discord. Yeah, it's cute. I think that character looks cute. I'm not bothered by it. I think it's cute. I like it. Yeah, I saw it all. I like it all. It's thematic. It's cool. I don't know. That's what I expect from someone who likes Danganronpa. Danganronpa. Mark hates me, clearly. He just jelly. I don't think he's good for you. Dry brushing in terms of art is where you apply a thin coat of paint on a brush. A raw dry brush and gently apply that layer to whatever it is you're painting. We all have a little hate in our hearts. It's true. It's true. It's almost human nature. Creates a textured. A lot of times when this technique is used, it creates a weathered. Oh, that's not how you spell weathered. Weathered, but also highlighted look, as much of the paint will grab onto higher surface areas. I want this one. I also want a dry brush tutorial. I want it. Ah! God damn it. Ooh, that's such a good example of it. When he shows it on like a completely black model, like this right here. I quite like that. Does he do it? Alright, I'm taking this video. Often this type of technique is used for mini figure painting, for other things you meant. Wait, what were you talking about? I literally looked up dry brushing and I got a woman taking a dry scrub brush and rubbing it raw against her skin. That's it. That's all. That's it. Like, when you look up dry brushing tutorial, you don't get fucking Warhammer paint tutorials. You get women brushing their bodies with exfoliating, but with no water. There's no water. I don't like it. Gives me textural nightmares. The video scream nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. What I do, I have like no, listen. What I do is I take one of these guys. It's like a rough textured sponge, okay? And I go in the shower, I get my body wet, and I scrub the shit out of my skin until it's red with this. But at least I have water, and then I use soap, and I scrub my clean skin with that thing and the soap, and then I'm super clean, okay? But I don't just take the brush raw to my skin and go, no! Water good. I like water. Water nice. Water makes skin happy. Maybe I'm the one doing it wrong? No. It's what my grandma does. It's what she does to me. Here, I'll show you. We're gonna watch this video of someone getting scrubbed. See, look. You wash the skin down and then you scrub. Because it helps the skin soften. And then you get that dead skin and then you just rub. Nah, I just ripped my skin off. I'm a real woman that molts. Unlike you, no, I'm a baby. I use water. I use water to moisten up my dirty, dry skin. And then I scrub all that dry skin off. I use water. I use water. You animals. You animals. You probably stink. Get in that shower. Chat, listen to me. You get in that shower and you use water. Use water and soap. Soap does nothing to dry skin. Get in that shower. You all stink. You all stink. Get in that shower. Get in that shower. It's step one. You add the water. You don't add the water later. You add the water first. You don't get in the shower and then turn the shower on. You turn the shower on and then you get in the shower. Don't even. You're all stinky. Get in the shower. You're all stinky. Get in the shower. Get in the shower. Go get in the shower. Go get in the shower. You're all stinky. Stinky babies. Stinky babies. Stinky babies, get in the shower. Go use water and soap. Good. I smell y'all from here. God damn. It's okay. We'll all have a little bubble bath. Yo, we getting free showers by Cow. Don't remember signing for this. Yeah. All of you are stinky. I'll wash your hair too. I'll wash your hair. I like washing people's hair, actually. So, if you have hair, I'll wash your hair too. I'll use my shampoo. Unless you're allergic to my shampoo, then we'll get you special shampoo. You guys want like, well, let's get BLT a bathtub. Hold on. To the mattress. Hold on, BLT's getting a bathtub. Suck. I don't really like that one. This one's cute. I like this one. Never will name to me, 'cause I just turned 33. VTubing assets, my assets. BLT prop, bathtub. Where's BLT's little accessories? I don't know, where is it? Is it in accessories? Hold on. That is, okay. The back of my head. Oh, look like a hot dog bun. In the bathtub. Get in the bathtub. You're in the bathtub now. Oops. In a minute. Do a heart. And spell restaurant. No, it starts with R. Alright, there. You're in the bathtub, but hold on. There you go. Stinky. Stinky. Okay, one type of technique I use for minifigure painting is called, often this type of technique is used for minifigure painting or for miniature scale painting. It's a quick, easy method to get weathering and highlights. This technique creates a weathered but also highlighted look as much of the paint will grab onto the higher surface areas. Oftentimes this technique is used for minifigure painting or for miniature scale painting. What the fuck? Wait, dude. Often this type of technique is $100. This is 33 by, oh wait, I can do it this way. Does this work? Hey, it does work. It's that song. That command was broken before. Often, this type of technique is used for minifigure painting or for miniature scale painting. I personally used it on this pair of Ren Fair horns I wore to my, I gotta say, pretty nice in my opinion. I suck at stuff. I suck. Did I save this image? I don't know if I did. Oh man, that's not a great image. It's fine. It's not gonna matter. It's not gonna be that big on the screen anyway. Video editing, art tips. I suck. It's not. It looks pretty nice. I ever will abandon me. You like more in-depth examples of dry brushing and their techniques. Check out. What was that video that I just saw? No! I don't want to listen to this one. Yes! This is what I want. Buffy running on me. Yes! No! The fuck? I can't type. This one. Midwinter minis dry brushing. Dave. I downloaded the video. Yes, I did. This is gonna be okay. This one, let's check out Midwinter Minis comprehensive video on dry brushing. Oh, Jesus Christ. I personally tried dry brush. Is this Plankton? Yes, it is. I prefer this version. Hi, V! Dry brushing. It's not so fun. the tutorials that I've seen around it also. I mean, how much time do you take out to plan streams? Depends. If it's a collab, I try to do a week out. If it's me working, 0. If it's me doing something planned, like a special stream, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, typically. Hover in the bathroom and the light outside the door that I've seen around it is also very satisfying. Dry brushing ASMR videos. Okay. I'm not gonna say Eileen is the best. You're the best. Mwah. Mama vowed we're gonna cause a scene. There's a baby girl. I know she's gonna scream. What have you done? I could. Ooh, I just had an idea. That is preparing the VTuber rigging test video now, so I don't have to edit it. I don't have to do the other shit later with it, which is like I just had to pair it up with the audio if I do it now, so I will do that today. I also have I have a commission thing to do today too, which I need to download those stuff for. It's for enshrined new folder. I think this is the builder is what they called it. The builder, yeah, we called it the builder. Okay, so I think I just need to make a render of it, so it won't be too bad. Save my file, go in here, save. Oh shit. Alright, there you go. Alright, hold on, I gotta pour myself another cup of water. Trying to make sure that I keep drinking. So I have like a clear mason jar full of like water with the advanced GG, which if you want some, grab some today with my link down below, or use exclamation point milkgg for 10% off your order today. And with every order we get closer and closer to getting that waifu milk club waifu cup, you know, Elaine waifu cup. Thanks, Pixels. No, let's do this. Okay, so I don't know much about this person, but I was requested to do them. They seem a bit spicy, but we'll do them regardless. We'll do that. Who is their model created by? These two people, and then we need their Twitch. And then I don't want to see go. I want a thick jug, but it would be nice because oh wait, a jug would be kind of cool, but unfortunately we're not with them. We are instead with Advanced GG, who makes really nice metallic cups. And if you didn't get one for your mom, you still could get one today. Look at these; they're so pretty. They're so pretty. I actually really like the blue one. Honestly, I unironically would get the blue one, and they're made out of metal. They're made out of metal. So that's really cool, and you should get them because they're cool. Look at these. They're like made out of metal. They're really cool. They're really cool. I want a blue one. I want a blue one in like this. Could I get one to put my mom in like an urn? Yeah, if you want. As long as you promise to use my code, I'd be down for it. Wink. And you could, and if you became weird and you decided to eat her ashes, there would be a little serving hole. Just putting that out there, in case that mattered to you at all. I'm sorry. It was in my brain. I had to say it. I'm sorry. I cannot think about urns without thinking about that woman that ate. I'm not eating her. She's evil. That's valid. But, like, if you wanted to, for some reason, you could. Like that person on, that person on, My Strange Addictions. Diva? Who are you calling a diva? I didn't care about that one, but you could probably mix a bit of protein powder, make it taste better. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. To fry stand at attention, salute, soldier. Our what was it? Heavy metal hag commander Discordia is here. Big dog, baby. Oh, I fucked up. I think I need. No. Dog, baby. Oh. But how are you? Hi, Noble. Hi. I didn't care about that one, but you. Oh, I did read that. I'm sorry if I reread stuff. I forget that I read things. Reading's hard. Propaganda. I think this is their rigger. Romby is their rigger. Okay. He's not rig. His problem is TikTok. I think that depends. It honestly depends. If you're doing like a water base, probably like strawberry. But if you're doing like a milk base, you should probably do chocolate or coffee. In my opinion. This commander got their formal attack. Oh my god, hello! Welcome on in, Raiders! Hi! Hi, how was Repo? Welcome on in! Hi! Oh my god, let me follow you. How's it going? How was Repo? Hi! If you have to raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to us here at the Milk Club. Otherwise, feel free to hang out while I write script. Got their what's the thing that soldiers wear? Uniform. Got their uniform. And uniform from artists Deirdre and Grom. Chaos. People just sabotaging each other. Hell yeah. It's funny because the more I've played it, the more I have been inclined to be a bit more chaotic and kill people. I'll be lurking. Gotta get some food real quick. Good luck on the scripts. Thank you so much. Have some good food. Have some real good food. Don't forget to drink water if you haven't in a while. Alright, I have to hide my screens really quick because I understand that this person is a bit sussy. A bit sussy. So let me take care of that. I made some foods if you wish to. I always wish to observe. God damn! Sorry. Discordia is just very... Woo! Ooh, this art is nice. Is this not TOS friendly? Nah, it's fine. Other things aren't. Point to me where. I'll show you. Discordia. This is the person we're doing a video on. I should DM them. Be like, hi, sorry to bother you. I was just wondering if you'd be cool with me creating a TikTok on how cool you are. I just do this as a courtesy, though 9 times out of 10 people don't care because I'm doing free advertisements. Free edge. Ooh, yum! That looks so good. Noble? I would let her ruin my life? That's valid. That's valid. Alright, this is the art that we're using. How we're fitting this, I don't know. This works. That works. I think that works. Respectfully, I think that works, you know? Respectfully, I think... Oh, I have to scoot this up. Thanks. V-stars. Oh, this is why I fucked up. I was supposed to do 9. There we go. Not there. 9, save. Okay. I think we're going to do Twitch clip. So I'm gonna start with V-stars because I really like doing it. I'm going to start using the clip as the first 5 seconds and then going into talking. I think I liked that a lot, personally, a lot more than just talking right away. I thought that showed off a bit more of the VTuber. So I'm gonna start doing that again. So let's look for some clippies. Time to look for some oh, they have some top 7 day clips. Alright. Hag Awakening, what's this one? Their voice sounds familiar. I don't know why. Let's do top all. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's do top 30 days. Okay. They play War Thunder. That's cool. I haven't seen a big busty VTuber mommy play War Thunder before. She might steal my audience. Guys, don't look. You know what, guys? Don't look at this. I'm like hiding my screen with my arm. You know what? Hold on, wait. I have to do this. Don't look at this. Don't look at this. They're gonna steal you from me. Pixels, don't look. Pixels, you're not allowed to watch this episode of my TikToks. You're not allowed. And this big busty mommy's gonna steal Pixels from me because they play War Thunder. That one's okay. Cow, I'm getting stolen by the boobs. Help! No, come back, please! My boobies aren't as big, but I swear I'm cute! I swear I'm cute! Please! She got the mountain cannons, you know? Yeah. What's this one? It's hard to watch the clips. I think it's because I have graphic acceleration on, so hold on. We're all natural here at the Milk Club. What if they're all natural? What if they're all natural? Are you gonna leave me if you find out that they're all natural, chat? Chat, I'm gonna be honest. The more and more that I stream, the more and more I hope that you don't leave me. And the more and more I become a bit protective over you. I'm not gonna lie. Elaine Yandere arc when? Yandere? My Yandere arc when? Alright, top 30. Alright, I'll go back. I'll trust you. Thank you for the boo, bed's full. Alright. Yandere. That was so sad. I'm trying to like find a piece that's like just raw. During the summertime. Booba, yes, Booba. What is this one? What about this one? What is this one? They have a funny line. They said, isn't it said that the bigger the tits, the sweatier the pits? And I think that'd be a pretty good line. Okay, wait, Elaine, hold on. I'm a DM. I'm waiting for the council. Bigger hills are harder to climb, but the view is better. This is true. Could you send me the video? This video? I saw a problematic person in a thumbnail because if they're friends with that person. Oh, are you talking about? What's happening? What's happening? I might have to shift. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, we're shifting. Is that this? Do you mean this? What is this? Oh, this is a little... That right there looked a little... Okay. It looked like they were reacting to that person. Yeah, we might have to stray away. We don't want super controversial. Does she agree with Rev? I don't know if that matters. But yeah, I've been informed that we will be straying away from this. Unfortunately, just because I don't want to be caught in any flack. Smile. Alright. My sweaty pickle! Welcome on in! What the fuck? Why are my alerts so far back? Ow, 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 ow. Don't hurt me. Stop, stop. That hurts. That hurts. Why you hurting me, sweaty pickle? Let me move that over there. No drama, pause.
Okay,
yeah,
I like it, Picasso.
No drama in the barn. We're moving on. We're doing Howlet this time. Just gonna do a friend of Gordy and cooler. Anyway. Okay. No reason. Understandable. Understandable. I'm gonna have to DM Howlet instead then. This is an easy switch. I'll just grab something from Howlett instead. And I have to scroll to find art. Can I just borrow this? May I would just borrow this? I've closed Affinity. Crap. This one. Okay, we're gonna close these instead, and we're going to open up Howlett stuff. Howlett, and then this one. We're gonna remove this one. We're gonna see if this will look nice in the space. Oops. Horse lost in the city. Rip horse. What? What does horse have to do with this? How are we talking about a horse? Horse? Oh shit! I realized I wasn't listening to the music. Yeah, this is Howlett. This is a haiiiiii VTuber. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot I muted it to look at stuff. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just want their PNG. Maybe it would be on their Twitch. A bunch of horse cop. Credits. I couldn't have done it with my skillful insight from design character. Both critical and ensuring I was able to maintain. Are these the people that drew it? Send it and say it's done for your. Grab your PNG. Okay. So if I get roach in the city that we run. Only, do you want to see my idea? Because yes, of course. With the meow, 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 post. Okay. Am I following you on here? Am I following you? I'm not following you. Follow back. Okay. Alright, I'm doing this instead. Good hydro. With clips top 30 days. What's this one? Trash puppy. I'm sorry. So I know I love it so much. That's kind of funny. B stars. about, which is playing games, being all sorts of game. Dirtbag, prosper, crash out versus Instagram. Okay. I like the song. How let is here. Oh, it's Scuzzy Hyena, PNG tuber who enjoys good vibes and is vibing and playing video games is here. Your local Scuzzy Hyena VTuber, Howlet, who enjoys vibing and playing video games, are here. So this would also I have to change this now to be intro and then 221. Okay. Specifically this VTuber has a special place in their heart for gritty fantasy games and PvP focused games. And probably eating your bones. Play video games. And probably eating your bones is here. So say this VTuber, you can catch them over on Twitch. I like it. I like it all. Being silly goober. Actually, I'm gonna. Who enjoys playing video games and probably eating your bones this year. You can catch them over on Twitch, and being a silly goober are just vibing out, having an overall great time. Copy image. And we're gonna remove this. We're gonna erase this. It doesn't need to be continuous. Select, grow. Also, did you know I got followed by a super cool QV? Aww, stop it. Stop it. Being cutie. Stop being such a cutie pie. Being too cute. Don't be so cute. Smudge it. Smudge it, smudge it, smudge it, smudge it, smudge it, smudge it. Maybe don't smudge it. Maybe like. Let's do another erase path, maybe. Make-a-boo blush over here. Hey, make-a-boo blush over here. Alright, let's get this blur tool. Actually, what am I doing? Row 1. Baby, that's all what for me. I'm living mixed messages. I love Howlet's art. Such cool art. Catch them over on Twitch being a silly group or just vibing out and hanging and having an overall great time. So if you're interested in seeing trash pup. Stick around. Their PNG tuber. Pixels bounce on it. What? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Listen, shut up. I'm hand-eye coordinated bad. Okay. I'm bad. I'm bad. It was hard. Ooh. Stop it. Their PNG tuber and assets were created by their PNG tuber. They're banging. They're freaking. Actually, by their own. I can't spell. There's no autocorrect in Excel sheets. Constructed by their own hand. Okay. So you got them with your life. Never let them touch my house. My house. Basic soft. Select row. Let's do 2. I just don't like that it's not, like, nice. Makes me upset. So I'll tell you this one. Both of my youth. No! Why is this weird? No, stop. What was that? What was that? Did you guys hear that? What the fuck was that? Do I have something on? Oh, it might be this. Oh my god. That's a bit better. And save. I'm just gonna grab. So for the video.
Mother, the kids at school tell me my iPad is old and you don't love me enough to get me the new iPhone and new Jordans.
First of all, your feet don't fit the Jordans. They'd have to be custom-made Jordans. Second of all, we don't... Why do you want an iPhone? Did you not see Mom just hanging out with the new Samsung? Like, the new Samsung UI update? Do you not want a Samsung phone? Also, you're in the bathtub, and I really don't want you to have electronics in the bathtub. I'm just allowing you to have the iPad in there because I put a waterproof case on it. And second of all... I just got you that iPad. Do you want a different iPad? Do you want a different colored iPad? We can change the color of the iPad if you want. Do you want a different colored iPad? Chat, do you need a different colored iPad? BLT knows he will get bullied. He has an Android. Why doesn't he just eat them? Elaine really went full mom mode. My baby. You guys are my baby. I gotta take care of you. Whoa, I like their controller. I haven't seen a PNG tuber with a controller before. Save. Okay. I think that's a good amount. 8? It's not bad. Dead cells. What kind of dead cells one? Let's do top 30. Yeah, we have this one, so we'll do this one. And this one, okay. My patience. Palettes, VTuber design. Died. So cool. Enjoy watching their check them out. They insert image and cell. And go back this one. And we're editing this one to be this. Got the one. Hi Zoe. Hi. Nothing to me. Save. And now we're gonna do squeegees. this is so cute. Where is... I really like Squeegee's content. Ooh. Hell of a rise. We were right into heaven. Well, a motherfucking lied. Till 11. Did I need to export? Hold on, did I need to export? I do. Pinnacle. I should only export nameplate. I forgot that I have to do that for this one, but I don't have to do it for this one. Then actually zoom in harder. We highlight. 33 underscore VG3D. The shit. Had a hell of a ride. He thought we were right into heaven. Well, a motherfucking lie. Do that funky shit to 11. What a hell of a ride. We were right into heaven. Motherfucking lie. Think that funky shit to 11. 3D artist, mushroom, and then as a 3D artist myself, seeing Squeegee and those art. Someday making my own 3D tuber model. It's intimidating. Inspiration. A hell of a ride, 'cause you thought we were right into heaven. Well, a motherfucking lie. Make that funky shit to 11. Oh shit, this one actually did. Oh no, is your head okay? It's a damn good head. Wow, this video actually did better than I thought it would in an hour. I fucking lied. Make the fucking shit to 11. Well, you don't know me. No, you don't know me at all. You don't know me. You don't know me at all. Alright, the Addy hit hard today. We're already on our last one and it's only been like 3 hours. One thing for now, mostly just organize it and make made some little meme clips to add it to it. Hell yeah, nice. I'm proud of you. Sorry, I put grapes in my mouth right as you sent that, so I'm sorry if I sound a little funky. Okay. Sorry. I was eating guaps. What is this song? What is this song? Is this really Brian David Gilbert? The fuck? I didn't know he made music. I follow him on my main account. Cries. Call me EG. It's nice to meet you. I'm a freelance artist, fungi, and art educator. You can use okay. Oh yeah, have you never heard of the sibling song? Oh no, yeah, I have. Siblings. Brother, this is my sister. Yeah, okay. I didn't know he made that. Pokey rap? No, I haven't seen the Pokey rap, but I know the siblings one. Hold on, I want to listen to the other one. Just lay all your love on me. This freelance artist. This stunning freelance artist. I can't. And to teach you the arts. The potential threat. The stunning freelance artist, fungi, and art educator has popped up not only on my For You page, but now yours as well. Uji is a 3D artist that they have a lot of art streams on there. Turned back of you. Yeah. Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me. I like all their thumbnails. Very cool. I like it. That streams. Character design, dueling. Hosting streams talking about character design, doodling, yapping, and hosting critiques. See them work on other miscellaneous creative on their Twitch. I think my brain's given up on spelling. Because this is not miscellaneous. Miscellaneous. I think that's how you spell it. These songs and outfit are to die for. They even post quite a bit here on TikTok about how they created their model and I do. Don't go. Actually, they even post a bit here on TikTok, and they've created about how they created it and other fun art facts that I'm sure you'll find interesting as well. Lay all your love on me. If you want to stay educated and educated with wholesome creator shares creativity. Be sure to keep up them on their socials, on their Twitter and Twitch. Sure. Alright, videos, clips. Boom, 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 boom. This one. That boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, this one is them like talking about other stuff. This is like them doing art. I gotta find like a new one of them doing art because I realize that's a bit of an older model. Open like a new tab. Open like a new tab. Got that boom, 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 and now I'm in a room. Boom, 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 boom. These are all going to my download. That's good. This is pogging. Then let me grab their TikTok. Why are you lying? What? I just followed them. I can just take a screenshot and probably just do it that way. Yeah. Boom, 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 and now I'm in her room. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. For the nice ones. Shit's said and done. Done and done. There's a dead fucking roach in the city that we. Oh, in case Rainer is here, but and if anybody wanted the update on it, with our subathon that we did for my birthday, I'm starting the art of me holding all the limes, and by all the limes I mean you. Every people set that I drew is a lime, and so I started drawing that. I did the sketch for it. I think that's all the scripting for today. I think we did everything. Yeah, that's all of this for now. I'll record audio later. My eyes roll. Lean, silly hydro. Go wherever I go. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Shit. Nothing. I'm not saying anything that's cringy if I say it. So many things to edit, to post on YouTube. I don't wanna. Someone give me like $5 million so that way I can hire someone else to edit my long form YouTube content because I don't want to. Say it. I just thought I kind of hit that note kind of nice. Like a roach in the city that we run. When your eyes grow. Leans and hydro. I just thought I'd hit that note kind of nice. That's all. That's all. Wherever I go. But then it reminded me of the TikToks with a girl, where it's like when a girl in your class suddenly realizes they can sing, and it's like super cringy, and I'm like, it just reminded me of a TikTok. That's why I was kind of like, oh, no confidence ever. You guys have confidence for me. I have confidence for you. That's how it works here. Go beanie. Games. One-offs. Oh, we don't have any others. South of Midnight will no longer be in here because. Okay, and then we read a story. We did burger entries. Start reading Awful House. Here's a link to clowns. All in fiction connected to Virgin. I want this image. Save. What else did we do? We didn't do any work, right? So it's just me reading and then me playing gas station sim and then I was watching TikToks. Gas station sim Steam DB. I really think my hand is like giving up on typing. It's just not typing the words that are coming out from my brain. This goes here. This goes in games. Let's go there. This is to signify that we read some burger entries. We read the first one. Any news is I don't make enough money to save anything. Help. Eat a rich person and share the wealth and then get yourself a new PC. Or commit fraud. Thank you for the wellness check, Kiwi. Let me drink some water. What does that even mean? What does that mean, friend? What does it mean to swag out? Come with Uber Eats? Gotta think you gotta think outside the box. They probably do. You just gotta think outside the box, you know? That was Friday, right? That's not the button I want to click. It is though, yes. My eyebrow itches. Hold on, this thing. Burger entries. First story, created by Nodule Quest, a twine adventure starring Magbles, entities, a guide to some of the meaties from burger.com, and also a variety blog released on the homepage. The Zone Hopper's Guide to Perception Range, a series of loosely connected stories set in the same universe. These contain no spoilers or direct references to events in Awful Hospital, but flesh out and explain how the settings basically work through various strange encounters. Oh, cool. How? A little. Try edit videos. Oh, but my PC just wouldn't be able to keep up, I don't think. I think you might have problems rendering. I think you might be fine otherwise. I want to watch the meme clips that so we... Okay, and then we'll do... Maybe, hold on, I want to do, like... This long? This is not that long. Cool. This one's gonna go on the bookmark bar. We're gonna delete this. Or putting this here, I guess? No, yeah, that's fine. I have like no space left on my hard drives no matter what. I can't try to clear as much because it's all old bloatware. You could try, what's it called? What is the one I use called? Oh, fuck, what is it called? I think I have it on my home screen, hold on. Win SCP? SCP? I think that's what it's called. Hold on, let me look it up. Is it this one? No. Tree size. Yeah, use tree size. That one's really good at getting just shit off your computer. Yeah. Yeah, it's an extra drive. Tree size? Yeah, use tree size. Tree size is really good. I use... Also, do I hear meme clips I want to see? All my meme clips are on Twitch, I think, at this point. But yeah, so, like, you select a directory. Like, let's pick one of mine. Let's do Borger. Let's do Borger. And then just, like... Every external drive I buy seems to give up after a week. I've tried it. Yeah, I like this one a lot. It's just no nonsense. I'm never uninstalling Baldur's Gate though, so it can suck my dick. Oh, but I can install on South of Midnight though. Ice cream, taking off your blue jeans. Movies. What the fuck is happening over there? Oh, I think Arch's stream ended, that's why. I need more people who stream all day long, so I can put them on there. Don't you know? It's gonna feel like... If I could buy a good drive, I could buy a new PC. Still gotta finish my Baldur's Gate campaign. I only finished one. I do want to play the new ones because I want to know what the new classes are. No, I want to play the new Bard class. I remember. It's Monday. Oh mama, oh mama love. Take a look at you, look at me. And then Also, my old PC is ancient. It's not Windows 11 compatible. That's valid. I don't think Pixels is either. Maybe we'll get to a little drawing today. I don't know. We're definitely doing stuff in DaVinci because I want to start editing the VTuber rigging test. And then we're doing stuff in Marmoset for a commission. Speaking of commission, I need to check VGen for the person that I was talking to about their commission. Take my tears away. Oh, my mind's taking me out. Big Leaf is better. Because maybe a night sky, like a midnight blue sky. That's gonna be. Ooh, like a gradient. No problem. Okay. Perfect. Because I was getting into commission brain mode. But I also want to do one other thing before I get too into commission stuff. Which is gonna be this. I'll save as charity stack up event. To find something so let's do this. This will be a stack up charity stream. Angels up in the corner. So we found something so loud. Delete this one. Yeah, let's keep this one. It's up in the clouds. Where is... I have to go to my DMs. Only I find unsurviving. Just a beginning. Before you. Art projects 2D image by Lumon. Where's the salute emote? Donates. I like everyone who donates. Oh, where is it? It is F9. C, D, E, F9. Oh, shit. Let's do a rasterize. Let's do a thing. Up against. Why is it being like this? I have a lot of files. So that's where you then go in and decide like, oh, well, I don't really need these files or these files, you know? Like, oh shit, I still have Hoonie Pop installed. I'm never gonna play that game. You know, and then you just remove it. Or if it's like a directories folder, oftentimes you just remove it. Or ask Pixels. Well, as long as they're not like system32 directory files, you can probably just remove them. Maybe don't listen to me though, because I don't really know what I'm talking about, but that's what I normally do. If I don't know what it is, and it's not like a systems... Yeah, so like... Also, if it was easy as a damn Steam game, I wouldn't have trouble finding this. But hey, man, do the digging. Like, fucking... We'll do needle teedle, okay? Restart as admin. Okay, so... My fucking... It says this file has the most. Okay, I open it. Oh, it looks like this file alone is the biggest one. Just fucking... And then you can just delete it. That's all it is. You just organizes whatever's biggest and then just delete it. Ooh, that's a good point. You could also do that. You're enough, you're enough, you're enough, enough. I do that, but I'm like worried it wouldn't start again, or I'd lose a boot disk. I got I don't know if that's how that works, to be honest with you, but I understand your qualms. Absolute. Let me just remove this. I don't want to risk it. That's valid. That's valid. I mean, you could just see a biggest file. Be like for example, this. Okay, we're going in here, we're going in here, going in here. And be like, is this file, look up the file name and just look up on Google if it's important or not. Google can tell you. Or Pixels can tell you. Let's do info. And be like, what is stack up? Stack up is an organization that supports not only local vets, but also your mental health. Editing. Then is a charity stream. May, let's see, 23rd and 24th. This guy. This one. This one, stream. Wait, see, if I followed your advice, I'd... What? It's okay. It's okay to not be able to do it, boofers. It's okay to be like, I don't wanna. I'll suffer. It's okay to just say that. I don't know what we'll stream. Info. This is reward. I'm just gonna cut this top so I can fit better. Or maybe not. We could keep it maybe. But I get it on my hazard to myself. I'll bring it to you easy. This is how. This is how. And then this will be like what game we play. Not only for a good cause, if we can anyone who donates Okay, let's have this scoot up a bit. It likes this word to be in red, maybe? Oh my god. A lot of noises are happening and it's freaking me the fuck out! Give me the green. If we anyone I don't like how far apart the line spacing is. In the cycle. May 23rd and 24th. Okay, I actually cleared out a not terrible amount. Hey, see? Nothing to be afraid of, boo. I'm so proud of you. Oh, come here. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Come here. Hug me, brother. Hug me, brother. Come here. Give me a hug. I'm proud of you. Come here. I'm doing grabby hands. Doing grabby hands. You can't see, but I'm doing grabbing hands. I'm hugging you. Wait, hold on. Let me get a stuffed animal. Alright. I got a stuffed animal here. I'm hugging you. I understand, buddies, but it's gonna be okay. One of these days, Pixels and I will just sit with you in a call and you can screen share and we'll clean you up, okay? But I'm so proud of you for at least taking this step. If you wanted to do nothing else today because you did that, I'd be fine with that. I'm very proud of you. I'm giving you a big ol' hug. I'm so proud of you. I know it's scary to do things that aren't in your comfort zone, but I'm so proud of you. Even if you never do it again, I'm so proud of you. I just have to stare at a wall all day. No, we'd get a way to crowdfund you a PC. Don't worry. We'd crowdfund you that PC. Don't you worry. I want it green. My PC died for a few minutes a while back and it was bad. No, I believe. Wanted to see if you found it looked good and if you had games you recommend. Not that one. Not, no. Where'd I put it? Where'd I put it? Oh, fuck, why did I say this? That's what tell me. Events. It's in events. The fuck? Which one was events? Oh. Okay. Let me see. Okay. The big leaf is better. If it's too late to include maybe a night sky like a midnight blue. If that's too much, it's gonna be okay. What is? Let's. Yes, I have to open it because I put it in a different folder. I think. 2D art commissions, overlays, Fen K9. This one. They wanted this instead, which I need to change this back. I think this was just this color, if I remember. No, it's this color. And then, okay. Actually, it didn't. This. What am I doing? It was like 50. I like that more. I can't stand companies that are like, we've selected you for a server. Like, no, bitch, at least offer me a discount or some shit. Selected my ass, it ain't exactly a privilege. Oh, no, fucking mood, dude. That's a mood. Okay, save. Is it too late to make the night sky like a midnight? Maybe showing a bit in the upper right. You have been selected to do work for free! Yeah, I fucking hate those. Okay. Wow. Night sky. And then let's move all this. I need like a midnight blue. Ew, my computer's lagging. There we go. I want to do like a gradient actually. Should be like this. But this point would go to this color instead. And maybe I could just bring this into here. And then do a mask from this. Just do... need a watercolor brush. Where are the watercolors? Oh no, these are the wrong ones. Where are my brushes? Stains, here we go. Nope. Upper right? They said upper right, right? No, I didn't bullshit that, right? Upper right, yes. Okay, let me do... hold on. Yeah, actually, like, we start blending it from here. I don't want this one though. There you go. Let's get something more organic. Take me to the beach. Heart is cold enough. Night sky, like a million booths. That's gonna be one hand. I'm showing up in the upper right. I think I get that. Yes. Okay, cool. Save. Take me to the beach. Heart is cold enough. Thank you for the wellness check, Rainer. I will wellness check in 10 seconds. Ooh, that was a good hit of water because like I just felt my head get a little dizzy and the water just cleared it right up. Do I like this? I don't really know. This is what I would do in almost like a D&D-esque situation, but I don't really. I feel I ignore. Showing a bit in the upper right corner. Elaine thinks she's not getting the assignment a little bit. You know what? We're gonna follow the path of this tree, actually. So let's turn this other tree off. different ones. I don't know how I feel about this. Maybe I should have kept this. Is no kids, I don't exist. I know what it is. I'm fighting. I don't feel I ignore dreaming. And this will be don't feel I ignore my dreaming. Just walk away. Let's see if we can get. I kind of want to do like a splatter, like inversely, but I need like. Yeah, like this. Fighting. I don't feel like no. Maybe not that one. I want to do it like they're little stars. Kind of feeling it, but kind of not at the same time. Ink tiling. And you could keep this, but like crop it maybe? So I kind of like having the bottom root half there. Style government take over. Talk about it, but I'll be late for work. Say, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? Didn't want to lay in office. We could do like a subtle moon. You're part of a Nigerian prince scam. Surprise, it ends up being a white man. I wanna know what the hell do I do? Hey, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? Didn't want the lady in office. Let's do normal, let's do radius. Let's make it smaller. I liked where it was. Let's do something. That's kind of cool. Can we do the whole thing and stuff like that? Government. Like normal. Right there about messing around. Let's do. In a minute, do we have to stop this? Wonderfully blurred a bit. Okay. Night sky. Alright. Tree. This time you only see me. Okay. Who's screaming now? Ooh, Rin's doing stuff? Okay, hold on. Let's do Rin. Let's do J Crew 3D and F first. I can't spell. Today's just not a spelling day for me. Okay. Whew. Alright. What are we doing now? Oh, 3D stuff. Marmoset. Marmoset time. Okay. Okay. So, enshrined. Builder. Can I just slap this in here? Nope. Okay. That's fine. Go when you're feeling alone. Feeling alone, do you? Alrighty. Oh, I wonder if it's already in place. Could be, could not be. We'll find out. It is in place. Sweet. Ah, this Maya file is terrifying. Oh, this Maya file is terrifying. Oh no. Ah, I'm stressing out. I'm stressing out. I'm stressing out. What is this? Hold on. Hold on, I gotta yell at someone. You, sir, are a very scary man. What happened? Why stress? Look at this! Polysurface 1, plane 1, plane 5, then 4, plane 6, polysurface 3, 4, 5, P, cylinder 7, polysurface 6. It's fine. I just have to export it. I just have to export it and everything will be okay. I just have to export it and everything will be okay. It was so scary. It was so scary. Why'd you look at that? I needed the FBX. He didn't send me the FBX. He didn't send me the FBX. It is not my fault. There was no FBX sent to me, so I had to type it in myself. It has to be this way. Wait, we want it more like that. Oh, oops. That's the question. Who will grow be tonight? Don't ever look at that. Well, okay, you tell him to not ever send me a Maya binary file again then. Good lord. That shit was not my fault. You cannot not blame me for that guy at all. That was horrifying. Should this be orthographic, maybe? Rotation. The FBX would show it too. So, well, okay, to be fair, when I exported the FBX, it just says polysurface 46, which, yes, is scary, but I can just close that into a folder. I didn't have to see everything else, you know? Like that. I think that's how we want it. 0, let's... Okay, never mind. Oh. Was it the finish where I always expect the outliner to be fucking thrashed? Have you learned nothing from Jamin? Have you learned nothing, you heathen? You heathen. You animal. Both are terrifying creatures. What the fuck? How did I turn this around so hard? Okay. So we want it like this. There's a little bit more here. How the fuck did you get this angle? I think I'm gonna take it a bit more like this. I think. I can't believe you copy and pasted your thing twice, you animal. You animal. What? Yeah, why? Oh, okay. Well, we'll find out. Chat will say F. Let's get some lights in here. I want the sky to be darker. Brats! Ah! Why'd you do that? Why was that done like that? Give me this. Why can't I use these? Oh, it's because they're not HDRs. Fuck! How's this one? Oh god, it's so bright. Judgment. Is this using... Oh, where's the thingy? This one. Okay, so this guy needs to be brighter. Kind of don't like the placement of that one, but we could turn off cast shadows for this. I feel. We could have one more below it. Which isn't catching much, to be honest. So let's do it. This way? Yeah. Okay, shadows. Hold on, I have to modify this just a little bit more. And then take another light. Make it go this way. This one will cast shadows. This to be like a warm tone. Do it in front of. Let's do this guy. Flashlight diameter. Okay. And then this light. Alright, what do? You add nothing to the scene, actually. Actually, you add that little bit so it's not black, actually. And you're balancing out that light, so I'd make you colder. Alright. Alright, and then we'll save as enshrined. Oh, my neck. Oh. I don't know if you guys heard that was my neck. That was my sexy ass neck popping in 3 different locations. Alright, close this cursed file. Clean up my computer a little bit. Goodbye. I don't want to look at you. Cute kitty. Where I follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. This is the builder render. 100. The builder renders are 50. 50, and then animatics are done. That's done. That's not done. Hey, I just stopped focusing on keeping gravity working, so if you feel anything weird, just let me know. What? What? What the fuck? Don't fuck with gravity. I need gravity. I think I might look weird if gravity stopped working. Please, my tetas only look this good because gravity works. Alright, what are we doing now? Oh, we're doing, okay. vtuber test. Which I think is a Korean trend, actually. Let me see. It is. I'm gonna borrow Remy's, though. Yeah, it's because when they say dori dori, it means shake. And that just heavily reminded me of my grandmother, because it would be jam 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 dori 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 dori, which is like jam jam means like make grabby hands with your hands, and then dori dori is shake your head, and then there's one more, and it's just like a silly little kids game that you do. And so I was like, dori dori, huh? And then I just unlocked like a part in my brain. And it exploded on the inside. Video editing, TikToks, folder, vtuber rigging test. Save. Clippings 1 can go in club clipping, so can clipping 2. Our tips got rendered, right? The only things I haven't rendered are, yeah, are the V stars and the Deep Space Emporium. Yep. Actually, I think I just keep this as one. Rename 2. Rename 4. Rename 5. That's how it is in here, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, yeah. On the right is white, looking like you now. Ah. I could do Hook my fingers to her mouth and time to thing that makes proud that nothing else has ever worked out right now. Maybe I've tried other things. Ah, my nose itches. Ugh. Say your product as breaking test. Okay. Beyond the mouth and love me like a sailor. I'm really excited because there's a part in the audio that's like spin and then or spin, and I think people go like this. But you know what I can do, chat? You know what I can do that you can't do because I'm cooler than you? I can actually spin, bitches. Right. Shit. I need to download that as an MP3. So fast, so swift. I know. I don't know how well it'll read. If I'm in like the center though, like if I'm in the center of the screen, does spin read better? Yeah, we'll consider that one. And then at the end, it's a special move. You know what my special move's gonna be? It's gonna be that. It's gonna be worm mode. It's gonna be great. Why didn't I download the MP3? If I made this an M4A, would it like it better? Yep. Ow. Oh, that was the one I meant to open. This one. This one. MP3, start function. I went to the wrong spot. I think that went into art tips. It did. Audio. That's very interesting. Okay. They don't end at the same spot. That's fine. Okay, so that, and then extend this. And then I think we'd have to do... Yeah, we'd have to do like almost like manual things, which is fine. Which is a fine text. I don't want to tell my friends that I am in the 0.1% of listeners to violent pornography, bro. Why would I want to do that? Y'all, yeah, okay. Well, yep. I have to do it this way. Okay. God damn. Hold on, I gotta take off my back brace. Here, I'll make a little timestamp. There you go. Cries. And the funny thing is no one in the VOD will get that because that audio won't be in the VOD. I'll just look like a madman. A madman. Madman who listens to violent pornography. I'm a mad lad. I'm a mad lad. I'm the maddest of lads. The madder the lad, the bigger the thing. Editing. Yes, I am editing. I am preparing myself for a VTuber trend. And I'm borrowing Ray's video for timing. Okay. Alright. Oh. Good luck. Thank you. VTuber. Oh. Ray. Get in the water. What do you mean? Soap. I just got done making a shit post about boiling pizza. Hell yeah. You do stink. You guys wash without water. That's why BLT has to sit in the bathtub all day now. Violent pornography. Joking chicks and sodomy. Test. Oops. It doesn't have a thing, like, it's not translated. I'm too stupid. I call my mom, Mom, I need you to look at this VTuber trend. I need you to translate it to make sure I have the most accurate subtitles. Someone download that clip and play it, then get in the water. I could do that. I'm lazy. I don't want to do that right now. I kind of want to do it, but I'm doing the thing. I'm doing a thing right now. Someone else wants to do it. You can do it. But I'm doing a thing right now. Jack. Can Google translate to English for me? I know I'm being a poser, but listen, shut the fuck up. I do it, but I can't download clips on your channel because it's your channel. What? What do you mean? You can download anybody's clips. What does that mean? Hold on, I'm so afraid. Start in Korean. Okay. Look, what do you mean? Alright, I'll download it for you. Saw a no download button? It's right there. It's share and then download. I got you. There. I spent all 3 days looking. I did my part mood. That is a mood though. And this is look left. Look left. This would be look right. Alright, so it'd be and then this is look down. And then this is look up. And this is shake. And then nod. Spin. Oh, this is spin. Okay. Spin. Okay, and then special move. Oh my god, please. If we could just line up, that'd be pretty cool. Something up here. Okie dokie. And then special move. Okay. And then if I just hide this now. And then we gotta do the thing with the thing, which is this with this and this. I want to remove bin or delete because I forget to give it the new bin. So I'm silly. I'll just do text space. Okay. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna base it off of this guy. And then right here. So 513. Position, apply. Making test. Okay, that's good. And then I think I'm gonna remove this now. And then I want to do like a credits thing, so to your driveway. Oh, because we wouldn't be able to do this trend without Beezy. So let me do that. fun. You may hear drums dum dum. And yum yum. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Go away. This one. Yeah, did you? Actually, let's do this in Canva. I'm lazy. I want to do it in Canva. Oh, that you already miss me. Like a tongue in your eardrum, dum dum. Your boyfriend and your yum yum. Call me and I'll come. Fuck the rest of them. Fuck 'em all. Fuck 'em all but us. Fuck the rest of them. Fuck 'em all. Fuck 'em all but us. Art. Actually, let's get. I'm gonna paste that there. Cool, and then gear. Copy, paste. I'm doing this wrong. Assume me. Wait, I'm spelling it wrong. Damn. It kind of lined up really well at the end. I'm excited. Oh yeah, that was pretty good. You should post that in the in club clippings, so everyone else can see that glory. Days, you don't want to wake up. Everybody sucks. Video editing, Twitch. Nope. Nope. Ain't about the she said we said bullshit. Just making sure. Oh shit. Be good if it was there. But the he said we said bullshit. Okay, let me see if I can. No, it'd be best if I did it this way. think that'll be okay. Download. Get in the shower. Get in the shower. Relaunch this. It's loading. It's loading. Oh, it loads it. Let's play the New York Times games. Hold on. Okay. I want to play. Wait. Okay. 1 second. Let me just. Oh, that's where it has to be. There we go. And then. Oops. Okay. This is good. Okay. New York Times, and then we're gonna play Minecraft. 7.0. Am I missing something? How is it only 6 o'clock? What am I missing? Did I do something wrong? How is it only 6? Maybe I was just efficient today. Maybe I was just efficient. Auto check. Nope. Wait. DJ? I've never thought of what the I don't know what the D. Yet to tie the knot. Engaged. Has a good day. What's wrong with me? Oh, sorry, I forget to keep time going today, so it's gonna be a longer day. Sorry, I'm kind of slipping today. Oh! Is it like Disc Jammer? It's cool. It's cool, dude. I'm fine with a longer day. Listen, I did things quickly. I feel like I take longer to do stuff. Clothing that becomes, clothing material that becomes 3 down after doubling a letter. Disc jockey. Like the motion of the ocean. Title? Scar? Dust in the Wind. That's a good song. People of the Arctic. Inuit. Oh, fancy. Yeah, isn't it cool? Is this suede? So they unwed? That's dumb. Oh. Swede. Cedar. Delhi. Where one looks for locks. What the fuck? Spelling bee time. Boing. Go. No, I need the B. Oh, this one's hard. I don't know. Boxing. Bunyan. Bouillon. No, it has L's. Is Gubbin one? Gubbin? Buggin. Bugging. Nice. Thank God. I could not use any of those X's. Audio. Cool. Plier. Okay. Spies. No. Mark? What do you mean, Mark? Just a rat in the cage. You want me to do like a Mark Ilplier? Yep. I was wondering if someone would think that. It's not gonna be this. Okay. Vibe? No, it's not. I just finished my walk. Big brain juices pumping. I have ideas racing. It's hella nice. I managed to walk for 45 minutes. I'm tired though. Understandable. Be sure to get some water and like sit down, take a breaky. But I'm excited for your ideas. The beeping of the car is not helping. So it's, yeah. Yeah, I think. I'm gonna design a pin cushion, friend. Hell yeah. I didn't notice the car. That's good. Hold on. I gotta write this down. So it could be... So it's I... E... It could... The P could... No. I'm guessing P? Oh, bicep? Bicep's good. Bicep. Nice! Good job, Boffy. Good job. Good shit. Alright, strands time. A little respect. R-E-S-C-P-C-T. Teacher. Rats. Oh, rats. Think of any word that ended in EP. I'm not gonna lie. No, that's valid. What the fuck? E-man? Name? Oh, put a little respect on my name. What about on my street? I do see street. Wait. Oh. Oh. Oh, street cred? Oh, nice. Oh, my character? My stature? My standing? Is it standing? My reputation. Nice. Once we kind of got those first three, it was pretty good. We did a good job, chat. Alright, connections. Alright. Visit. Boom, I know. Once we got the first three, it's pretty easy. Shot is a little flat to me. I think what we did for the spec of the first build render. I don't remember this, to be honest. Oh, prison, wallet, prison, pucker, prison, Jesus. Wallet, visit, pucker? Wait, what? Prison, wallet, prison, pucker? Pucker? Prison hit? Okay. Visit, hit, click, page, view. A, things tracked by web analytics. I feel like these ones, because they all take money. Okay. Okay, purse, curl, pucker, smack. I feel like go together. Things you could do with your lips. Yeah. Would it be these? Wallet, tip jar, ATM, cash register? Car on bounce, ricochet, bank. Oh! Oh! Look at you guys. Same brain cell, all of you. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Y'all got it. Y'all got it at the same time. Good job, everybody. Alright. Okay, hold on. Already told me that the thingy was flat, so I gotta adjust it. I tried. You did a good job. I'm very proud. Okay, hold on. Okay. I gotta do a thing with an image, which I've done this before. I did this once before, I think. Okay, so what we do is we tie this to this, and we do this. File, open recent, builder. Don't give Mark a bigger ego, but he did a good job. But he did a good job. Maybe I need to put this. Oh wait, what the fuck? Ah! Okay. Okay, so like this. Bit like that. You bigger one to store all my coolness. I think that's pretty good. But now we have an issue. I have to open this. And mac and cheese. What kind of mac and cheese? I don't want to look at this. I predicted myself right onto you like a curse. It worked. So I could. Oh shit. Okay. Separate. Because it's gonna drive me nuts. Base plate. Reset. Base plate. This is the this is the nameplate. Nameplate. You plate. It wasn't a pizza bucket thing. If 3D, why make it 3D? What do you mean? For what? Is it a 2D image you're making 3D for some reason? No, so each layer of this is gonna be cut out of acrylic. And we're making what's called an exploded view, so you can see each part that goes into this builder. Backplate. This is the wheel. And this is the dial. And then this is the weapon plate. And then this is a knob. This is the builder. Shrine builder. Yep. There you go. Now I can take these guys and bring them up. Hold on. There you go. I'm gonna just. Okay, and then it should fit about there. So I think it's a bit more like. I think I'm wrong. Rude. Yeah, I think that's right. Let's do 0 because all these would be moved up the same amount, so. Do right now. Feel strong. Down. Man, you're such a big fan of violent pornography. It did, and this song apparently. Which I do like this song a lot. Don't get me wrong, I do like this song a lot. Did you say "and the song"? Huh? I said "and this song." I rotated it up a touchstone. I mean, I do like the other song. The base plate is right. It's just a name attribute. These plates are not right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now I gotta try something. This might not be too bad. Okay. Let's see. Also I confirmed with myself that the cameras are in the 2 shots are yeah. Okay. So maybe that's better? Yeah, that's more like it. I tilt this up a little bit more. I love this song. Stop. Stop. I'm upset that I'm slightly upset. I'm not that upset. I'm just upset that a roughness map wasn't made with this. But that's okay. Cantissimo. Cantissimo. I don't wanna. Okay. My brain is braining. Cantissimo. Let me just see how this looks. Parent tree, export. Okay, did you hear that just now? A quiet silence in the halls. Like the room isn't empty as it seems. It has found you. What found me? Is it money? Please tell me it's money. I don't wanna. Cantissimo. 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 There you go, levels. Alright, let's try that. I want to do Cantissimo. Cantissimo. Oh, is it back again? Oh God. What do you mean? What do you mean we have an entity? What do you guys mean we have an entity? Why didn't you guys tell me about the entity before? Why do we have an entity now? What do you mean we have an entity in the house? You guys were supposed to tell me if there was an entity in the house before we... I wasn't ready to deal with an entity today. I left my entity kit at home. Guys. Just ignore it. If it thinks you don't know about it, it's harmless. Okay. I guess. I'm fucking sad. Does the entity want to play Smash Brothers? I'm fucking sad. This is this one. Gimme. Gimme. A little baby. Last time I had an NT in my house, I started talking about Warhammer lore and it went away and I was sad. Oh no. It's okay, you can always talk about Warhammer here. Oh baby, I want you to test for hours. Oh, this is the wrong one. The moonlight. Duplicate with you. Inverted. Okay. Maybe this is better. I'd leave too. I know that series has been forced upon me. Everything I know about that series has been forced upon me. Hey man, everything I know about that series has not been forced upon me. I quite like it there. So that shit is pretty cool. Play. It's time for Minecraft. With a little work in between because I actively am doing that commission, so. In your arms tonight. We're looking for the sweet land. We gotta look for a cherry forest. But like, I don't know if we'll be able to find a cherry forest because the woodland clock won't find it. So I don't really know if that'll work, but we do know that there's a sweet plains that comes from the Sweet Calamity mod that I added, so hopefully we can go there and find the guy. I don't really know. So Abracadabra, abracadabra. I'm choking on this scene I saw. What? From the game? Jesus Christ. Did it have murder? Were people murdered? I bet they were murdered. Alright. Am I still on my broom? I am. Okay. I fell asleep looking for this. Hold on. I want to look at this thing is opening in the wrong tab. Boop. I refuse to play in English. No, that's valid. I'm so damn weak, a real life freak, a nasty freak. That is crazy. That is haiiiiii crazy, though. What are you looking for? I'm looking for a cherry forest. But, cause we have a cherry grove, but that's just for Minecraft. But I gotta find a cherry forest or a sweet plains, but I don't know where to find a sweet plains. Hold on, let me land. Because, like, this is a pre-established server, so I have to, like, go far a fuck away to go find one. Let me go there. It says ambiguous. What are you looking for though in those biomes? I'm looking for a villager. All right, he's gonna teach me the ways of how to get to the Sweetlands. Please let me go. Just let me teleport here. Just want to teleport somewhere random. I don't think it'll let me. I go away. What the fuck? Redstone. It's like a redstone something. Farmer. Hold on, let me look up the Sweet Calamity mod. I long search for the Sweet Calamity mod. To access the dimension, you must find a chef, a hermit villager who lives in the cherry forests. I have to find his recipe book. But the cherry groves didn't work the same, so I'm also just kind of adventuring, I think. I just realized my sounds aren't on. Okay. Alright, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this carrot ass looking stuff? Hello! Hello, what are you? What is this? Ironwood? What the fuck is ironwood? Hey, back it up! Back it up! I have a torch. Oh. Back it up. I'm dreaming of. Oh, fuck. From the other guy. Hey. Stop it. Stop. Oh, wait, I can see it at night. I don't do this. Leave me alone. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run. I guess I'll take this tree. I'm a cat now in the game, which is fun. I'm a cat. I'm not a goblin. I'm a cat now. Oh, shit. Ah! 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 No! Oh, my resource packs are unloaded. Oh, my resource packs are unloaded. Ah, my dick is so soft. My resource packs are unloaded. My resource bags. Because I broke it. I fell asleep playing it on Saturday. I fell asleep playing it and I bugged my game out by accident because I fell asleep on my laptop. And then Pixels had to fix it. And I didn't realize that it unloaded all my resource packs. Because I've been fucking with my resource packs for like 3 days. Oh, I'm fucked up now. I just wanted to find the Sweetlands. I just want to find the Sweetlands. Each other for so long. God, I just say it. Maybe I could spawn a chef. I don't know. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. To make you understand. I just wanna go. Look at it. I just wanna go to Sweetland. Look, there's a pig. I wanna go to Sweetland. This. I'm trading my life. Running from the running, I cannot hide. I'm in for the favor that he knows that I owe. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that bat. I should have checked that. Honestly, I should have checked that when I loaded it, but I didn't. I did not. It's a city of gold, and let's get for the money, and let's track on my soul. I might just do the baby version. I might do the baby version of the mod, the resource packs. Which means I gotta download something. Change up my life. Actually, I could look it up here. In the city of lies, My mirror sitting upon the wall. Leave from the Bible, I told my soul. It's in resource packs. Colorado is a city of gold. Yeah, okay, so let me do this. And I met the fucking devil, now he reached for us out. Resource packs. Ooh. 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 Walk around with fake IDs. Oh, I gotta look up GUI. That's right. It's not UI, it's GUI. Ew. Let's do colorful containers. This is a mod? This is a resource pack. Is it this one? Well, this is recommended for all to find though. I think it'll be fine. God, dude. You really want to turn my face. You can't on me. Yeah, okay. Color, yeah. Okay. To download it all? Okay, so I'm gonna do the baby version of this instead. Stay true. What do you mean? No, what do you mean? Say la vie. That said it'll be fine. So it should be fine. Stay true, yep. Only one, but I still walk around with fake IDs. This one, yep. But I have to load. Children are screaming. And then. Okay, no, we're gonna try it. And that's just we're just gonna do it because I'm already here. It's on my toes. This is the lighter version. Because we have, like, Stoneborn stuff, but Stoneborn stuff isn't, like, all compacted into one, so we have, like, fucking 50 different Stoneborn things. I love this song, like, God. Yeah, it's a good song. It's a good song. Minecraft. Hopefully Minecraft worked out. Because we gotta wait for the things to work. But on my toes. On my toes. Oh, I didn't know research pack have updates. Oh, they can. Delete this one. Delete. Lip gloss. Boffy. Chicken jockey. Okay, keep all those. Yeah, the rest of those I keep. I have a little strand of string that's coming out of my hoodie. Maybe for the head pad. Looking like that. Thank you. I'm waiting for my computer to not die. Should probably close things. Ah! 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 I can't see. It's going. It's loading. It's not gonna touch it. Not gonna touch it until we see the world. Hi, Kaneko! Hi, Kaneko. How are you? Hope you're doing good. I think my Minecraft froze. I guess we'll play Tetris while we wait. God damn it. Good, I just got home recently. I'm glad. I hope the ride home was good. Hope work was not too crazy. Our computer's dying, but don't mind that. Restart. Yeah, I gotta eat my nacho. Gonna eat. Have fun eating your nachos. Sound delicious. I'd kill for some nachos. High key. My computer dying because Minecraft is trying to load a resource pack, and for some reason it takes all my CPU for it to do that. I don't know, computer CPR. It'll be okay. It probably already leveled out. I can feel my computer not lagging, so it probably fixed itself. Freak. Freak out. Freak. Oh. Freak. Okay. Pause. Oh. Okay. How was your work day though? Good? Oh fuck, we fucked up a thing. It was good. We got stuff done faster than I expected us to, so that was really nice. I was thinking, because usually we take a good while to do like scripting and stuff. So I'm glad that we got things done ahead of time. It was kind of nice. But I wanna be adored. I'm the girl you die for. I'm excited for Minecraft to work because I want to go to the Sweetlands. I wish to be blessed with the Sweetlands because they have different cool sweet animals. Love that. W quick work days. Yeah. And you can kind of just do whatever, especially if you work from home and you kind of get stuff done ahead of time is always nice. I know not everyone can have that. Yeah, I want to go Candy Mountain. I'm trying to take Charlie to Candy Mountain. But Charlie doesn't want to fucking load the fucking biome for Candy Mountain. Candy Mountain, Charlie. I think I fucked this one up a little bit too much. It's there. I might time us out again though. kiss. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Oh, fuck! You didn't see that. Oh. Still frozen. What's happening? There you go. There you go. Big like on lips. Oh, me with a kiss. Ooh, I didn't mean to rotate that another time. Whoopsies. Sugar pink like on lips. Loves me with a kiss. Poop. My lip, my butt, they know sweeping. My tippy toe sweeping. You call me to what I'm wanting to rise up. I really don't know where to put this. Didn't really like that move, but that's okay. Oh, it's not giving me the ones I want, chat. That's fine. Take control and no action only. Until he wants to with me. Yeah, I'm gonna put this guy over here. This guy here. Type, make him on my side type. Boop. There we go. Fixing her on up, chat. There we go. Now we just need some long boys. Oh, speaking of. Okay. Okay, I probably just need to restart. Hey, I got a spread ready. You want it? It's okay. You can keep it. Well, I think we're good for right now. Can I load single player? Guess we'll see. I think I saw this one. I like how flowy their hair is. I like the little worm in their head. I like the special move. Special move was good. Oh, what if I don't want it? Then I'll keep it safe just for you. Just for you, Pookie. I'll keep it safe. Okay, my game's crashing. I just want to play Minecraft. It's all I've been wanting. I just want a really good session of Minecraft. And my computer doesn't want to let me have that. My own. Eek, I've been called Pookie. Yeah. Sometimes I call my friends Pookie. Thought it was Millie Richard of the trend, so it might be good to steal ideas from. There's nothing. The thing is, I can't steal anything from it because their rigging and my rigging is very different. And I don't have a gun asset, and any arm toggles I have is not. I mean, format, not acting. Hold on, let me cut it again. Oh, you mean like the constant swipe? I don't know if I do the constant swiping. Maybe though. Maybe because it allows you to do like the movements like one at a time instead of in fluid motion. But I did like the beginning. It's probably more eye-catching because of all the swipes, so I might use a transition. You're not wrong. The transition could help a lot with that. TikTok-friendly editing. Yeah, it's just a lot of those, like, fast transitions, I think is probably what makes it more eye-catching. But we can definitely add those. I mean, I'll be editing it tomorrow, so if anybody wants to give me critiques while I edit it, tomorrow is the day. Because I'll be recording, like, extra footage of it tonight. Because we might be getting a little bit of an update on our rig tonight. So toggles make me think like noodle arms, like the noodle guy, at car washes. Yeah, kind of. I don't want to put that one there. This always happens to me. I just end up getting more of these zigzaggy pieces than any other piece. Yeah. We'll put this one here. 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 Ooh, boy. I mean, a lot of pieces that I don't want again. Yeah, I'd rather do that. Boop. That, I guess. Ooh, it's kind of fucked over this side. Ah! I did not mean to do that. Well, that side's just gonna be kerfucked for a little bit. That's okay. That's okay. Yes, more pieces I don't want. Cries. Okay. Boop. 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 This way, this way. Promiscuous girl, ever you want, all alone, that I want. Promiscuous boy, already know. Hell yeah! All right, we fixed it. We fixed it, chat. Somewhat. Yeah. And then we end up breaking it again. Cries. Okay. I guess. Let's see if we can do this. Nope. Nope. Couldn't do it. Okay. Please, just give me more long pieces, please. Oh shit. Ask and I shall receive. Please, more? Please? Please? Oh. Okay. Long piece. Oh. there. Hell yeah. I can't believe I fixed it. Oh my god, please, long keys. Yes. Oh my god, I almost fucked it up though. Chat, it's getting so fast. Oh! Alright, no. Guys, I gotta go pee. I'm gonna go bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I went piss. I went piss and I'm back now. I went piss. And it looks like my Minecraft load would make me happy. Alright. Okay, I don't know how to feel about this, but we'll play with it a bit. Alright. Ironwood. Acacia. I want the ironwood. Oh, but I don't have... Options. Controls. Keybinds. Wait, what? There you go. Okay. I need a new... I need a new axe. Fuck are all my sticks? Where the fuck are all my sticks? I have like a half stack of sticks in my inventory. And I only have the set that's in my backpack. I think there's a stick thief. There's a stick thief coming in here and trying to steal all my sticks. Well, I wish I have them to know that my sticks are mine. I'm patent pending Milk Club sticks. They're hardier, stronger, more flexible, and reusable. Buy yours today at milkclub.com/stick. I'm lying. There's not a real stick thing, but if it was, we'd be the best sticks on the market. Not like logs or anything like that. It would just be sticks. Okay, so now we got... I have that now. I don't know what I have that for. It's just like the pumice. I don't know why I have pumice, but pumice seems cool. So I have pumice. Actually, this doesn't belong in here. This goes in my other backpack. This goes in my loot backpack. Loot, 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 loot. And as a cat, I can only eat meat, so that's cool. I don't really know what this is about, though. Like, what? Why is it like that? Is that a dragon corpse? Oh my god, guys, I found dragon corpse. Excuse me, kangaroo. How do I... Was it with an empty hand? Yeah, it was. Yippee! Dragon loot. Alright. Let's go this way, I guess. Ew. We're on the lookout, chat. We're on the lookout for the sweet lands. They'll look very different from the normal lands. Though the sweet lands is... What is this? What is this wood? Baobab? Oh shit, a baobab tree? Is that a dragon? Is that a living dragon? Are you alive? Hello? Hello? You're brown. Why are you brown? Can I have your skeleton? Are you a chocolate dragon? You're in the middle of a baobab tree. Oh. Where did its stuff go? Did the baobab tree take out the stuff? Let's cut down the baobab tree. You know, baobab trees are like the biggest trees in the world, I think, or they're the thickest. I could be talking out of my ass. Baobab tree. No, the redwoods are the biggest. I learned that the other day. They are placed. Yeah, baobab trees are cool though, but redwood trees are the biggest and oldest. Baobab trees are weird because they're thick. They're thick babies. Look at them. They got big old dumpies. Redwoods are the biggest and the oldest living creatures. You know, there's a tree, but it's been classified as the oldest living creature, I think. I don't know. Pixels told me it. I just know that they're big. Give me my dragon pieces. Where are my dragon pieces? There they are. Baobab tree. Now we can have a baobab tree. Give me all this and the sticks. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Mr. Elephant. I'm sorry, just can I have these pieces? Please, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to ruin your tree. It was holding my dragon pieces. My dragon pieces. Is that a lemon tree? Oh, baobab saplings just have lemons in them? Maybe they're flowers. Is that all the pieces? Oh, let me get my magnet out. I'm Moira. Oh. Moira! Moira! 1 second. Okay, we're good. We're good. Moira's just getting on show she's not supposed to again. She's a silly little babby. I need a new backpack for loot. Oh no. I need more. Okay, I saw pants. Off. What's that? What is this thing on the map? Oh, is that like a meteor? What the fuck? That's the opposite of me. What the fuck? Cemetery. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is one of the... yeah, this is one of these thingies. That's cool. Do you think we can find one of the now? Sweet plains. Okay. I'm kind of concerned because I really want to find a chef, but it's like, how are we gonna find a chef? There's scary things down there. We could just look for... I don't think the cherry grove will work. But let me check. Comments. I'm pretty sure this book over said when the Candy Witch throws one of the bomb. I guess we will try Cherry Grove and hope that we can find him that way. Whee! This place is very saturated. I quite like it. Wow. What the fuck? It looks like a whole chunk of the world just got lifted. Oh! No, it's another dragon bone. I thought that was a dragon. I thought we were about to get fucked. Whee! The, I like that, like, one jungle tree looks like actual, like a toy, and the other one looks like an actual, like a beach palm tree. What's that? What did I see? Tiny little castle. What the tiny little castle? What is this? The fuck are those? What are you? Are you weird? What are you? Are you friend or foe? You're scary, that's what you are. You want to be friends? I don't think they want to be friends. I'm just gonna kill them. I don't think they want to be friends. Oh, there's one alive! Oh! Wow. I missed. Get away from me. Get away from me. You're scary. You're tall and you're scary. I did it. Is this their home? What stuff do they have in their home? This looks like it goes to like a mine. Like a dungeon? I don't really want to go in a dungeon right now, but we'll mark it for dungeon. What the fuck is all that red stuff? Create. Dungeon. Getting dark. Where's my sleeping mag? I'm sleep right here. Boop. Ain't no darkness getting us. Oh. Alright. Where is my broom? There it is. Whee! Oh. Whee! Alright. Which way does the compass want us to go? This way? I don't know what we're listening to. Look at all these little structures. Whoa. What's this? Why is like it's like a village with only like one? Hello? Hello, sir? Rabbit stew? Wow, safe haven. Got any loot? Do you have any loot, good friend? Ooh. Thank you. There we go. There's like multiple layers to this home. What's up here? Loot. Call for adventure. Undead crypt map. Whoa! Okay, well, if Sweetlands don't work out, you know, we can go to an undead crypt. Or, witch something? What was it? A witch villa. I don't think I want to go to a witch villa. The more I think, I don't know if I want to go to a witch villa. Oh, I think I'm good. You know, with the whole witch thing, I think I'm good. Kid yelling out my window. Where did my broom go? Oh, there it is. I have a lot of ironwood here. This way. Nope, wrong way, this way. What is this? What is this? Amaranth grassland? That's cool. Whee! Oh, that's a cyclops cave. Oh, the seagull scared me. I'd be kind of disappointed if we go all this way and it's like can't spawn because world bad because the world already loaded. But at that point, I would just, I don't know, go to a cherry grove and spawn a chef, I guess. If I can. Ooh, it's one of these tree houses. These tree houses. Ooh. Cool. Who's a witch? There's a witch villa. What's this? What is this? What is this? Hello? Ooh, loot. Thank you. Is there any more loot? Loot for me? I can't fucking see. It's so densely packed in here with leaves. Maybe that was all the loot? One more loot? One more loot for little old me? Hmm? Maybe not. Maybe not. Whee! That's a snake. Those guys are so fucking scary. The Leviathans are fucking scary. They can stay the fuck away from me. You stay over there! I will go this way. What is this? Oh, what is that? What are you? Oh my god, what is that? Okay, sorry, shit. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Things do not want me here. Little catty cat like me? Guess not. Alright, we're going to the cherry forest. The cherry grove. So we'll hopefully have a chef. And if it does, I'm kidnapping the chef. Yeah, I think that's my plan. What's this? Excuse me? Oh! Oh, get away from me. Ew, get away from me. What are you? What's up with you? Why are you following me? What are you? Oh, you sound so scary. I don't even know what you are. Oh my god, you're dodging. What did I kill? What was that? What are you? Go away. Oh no, I'm running out of thingies. Oh! He spits. Get away from me. Oh, he dodged. Oh my god, what? Oh, there's so many. Uh-oh. We in Sweet Place yet? No, we're in whatever the fuck this is, land. Get away from me. Get away from me. No, they're dodging. They're dodging. What the fuck do you mean they're dodging? What the fuck? I can barely aim. Ah! Leave me alone, please. Please. No. Get away from me. No, don't dodge my arrow. Oh! I can't even tell what those things are. They just keep launching at me. What is this? A Naga thing? They Nagas? Good lord. Oh no, I need this. Oh, I'm out of inventory space. Fuck. Hey. Alright, we're just gonna go this way. Stay low. I'm just gonna go over here. Don't wanna know what this is. Ah! Oh. The reflection of the water made me think. Okay, I can hide in here. I can hide in here while I figure out my backpack. Its meat's a pretty good drop. Okay, good to know. Do I need all of this? Sort. Yeah, I do. Okay. Alright. We can go this way. They can stay over there. I'm going this way. There was just me and the... I got places to be. I don't got time for flying nagas to kick my ass. Oh, what is that? What is this? What is this? It's a little mushroom hut. There you go. It's got a little bed. It's cute. It's cute in here. This way. Oh, I think I see it. I think I see the cherry grove. Please have a chef. Is that a chef? What is this? There's bison. Are you a chef? Chef? Fisherman. Hello? Hello, villagers? Would any of you happen... A brewmaster? What the fuck? Fisherman. A fisherman. Are any of you a chef? Any loot? Ooh, these beer mugs are nice. Ooh. So that's a beer mug? You can put plants in a beer mug? Are any of you a chef by any chance? No? These are really nice picnic tables. This is very cute. It's an October, 'tis like broken. Yeah, I think a meteor might have broke it a little bit. Okay, thank you for sharing your hospital. Oh, fuck, I can't see. I have to like hover on my skateboard. Oh, it's a little carbunky. Oh my god, shiny carbunkies? Wait, there was a blue one. Oh, I want the blue one. Where is he? Alright, mine. I have a blue one. Alright, we're good. Wait, is this all there is of the cherry grove? So I think we have to find a hut. And I don't think I see the hut. There's another cherry piece over here. Hi, Quitza! That is a dragon's nest. I ain't fucking with the dragon's nest. What's that next to it? What is this? What is this? Oh, the villagers are being attacked by the dragon. I'm leaving. Even the song request. Alright. Shit. Alright, let's keep going. Actually, we gotta go a different way, huh? Yeah, I just make a big U-turn. Okay. If I'm in creative, will it allow me to teleport, though? I'm just curious. Where did my broom go? Where did my broom go? Where did my broom go? Oh, god damn it. Did I delete my broom by accident? I think I might have deleted my broom by accident. Okay, well, hold on. I'll test. Okay, so I can't. Okay, hold on. I gotta go back to my house. A song will call. That's understandable. Alright, excuse me. Hello. Hi. Sorry, I accidentally despawned my room and I need to make another one. I think it's in here. Where did I put it? Excuse me. Why is Moira a white cat now? Oh, fuck. And the loss of brooms, apparently. Where did my broom go? It's not in my inventory. Where did my broom go? My broom. Hi, wife. Where'd my extra broom go? Where'd my broom go? God damn it. My broom in here? Where did my broom go? I lost my broom. Dude, I duplicated my broom in case this happened. Oh, here it is. Nope, it's none of these, actually. Where'd I put my broom? Fuck! I put it in here? Where did I put my broom? Bro, I had an extra broom. I put it in my backpack. No broom there. I have no. It was the problem is like, yeah, I could steal one from your house, but like, I had a very fancy broom that I made. I made it. That's why I want it, because I made it. And now I've misplaced my broom. Motherfucker, where's my broom? I made a duplicate broom just in case something like this would happen. So I knew what would happen. And now I don't know where I put my other broom because it's been a while since I played. It's not this one, right? No, because I put wool on the end of it, didn't I? It's none of these. Probably lost it when you slept yesterday, and the one you lost was probably the duplicate broom. I hope not, because the duplicate broom I put in a box. Needs a search function. I could if I was smart enough. We can do that. There is a way to do that. I just don't know how to do it personally. I think the log will tell me what happened to my broom. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta like scoot it. Oh shit, what the fuck? What's happening? Okay, yeah, it'll be fine. If I like... Okay, that doesn't help. Okay, it's fine. But it's swexy up in here. What happened to my broom? I gotta tell my roommate. Dude, I made a duplicate broom. I'm so upset. I made a duplicate broom on purpose. Unless I put it at the other house, which I don't think I did. Where is it? Where is my broom? Hi, Rhino! Hi! Did you just get back from your trip? Dude, I want to do the whole thing of the fuck. I don't want to do the thing of making my broom again because it was a bitch to make. I mean, sweaty and sexy, understandable. My broom. Yes, you got home. Welcome home. I missed you. I missed you, bud. It's from Evil Craft, the broom. No, because it's made with... Ah! Okay. Time to remake the broom. And then duplicate the shit out of it. On my way home. Sounds great, quits. Okay, Jesus Christ. Boom basics. Okay, so I'm not looking forward to work tomorrow. That's understandable. You should get a lot of sleep if you can. Alright, what's this guy? I gotta do this thing. I gotta fucking do this thing again. Ow. Wait, how many do I need? Okay, so that's for the base thing. Crafting table's over here. 1, 2, 3. Bear rod. I need more dark sticks. I don't need dark sticks. Oh, I need undead planks. Do I have any undead planks? I thought about going straight to bed, but I was starving, and luckily a friend landed a little before my flight, so we waited and gave me a ride home, so I bought Chick-fil-A. Hell yeah. I think I have a dark wood thing here, don't I? Am I thingy? Might not. I might have lied. Oh, well, Pixels has one. Okay. Ugh, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it! It was a flying broom. I keep using it. This is the 3rd time I've remade it. Ooh. Oh my god. I just realized a Final Fantasy card. And I can't fly over to Pixels because I lost my broom. Watch me be a peasant and walk. Where is your undead tree? It's over here, isn't it? Is it this one? Dark oak, nope. Where's your undead tree? Where's your undead tree? You had one. Where'd your undead tree go? Could have sworn Pixels had an undead tree. Dead bush. Undead sapling. Needs blood. I could have sworn Pixels had an undead tree. What's this undead tree? Okay, well, I guess I'll go home and go check if I've been the undead saplings first then. Okay, must not have gotten replanted. I thought I replanted it because I remember me playing last time and you being like, please replant the tree. And I was like, yeah, no, I got that. And then I went to replant the tree, but... Maybe I have saplings. No, I don't. That's a lie. What do you mean that's a lie? I remember you being like, because last time I did this, I was very distraught, and you're like, just make it again. And I was like, I don't want to. I don't have the stuff. I'm like, well, I have the stuff. And then we had the whole shebang about it, and you had to teach me how to make the whole evil craft tree again. You requires a 7, you're like, ew. Oh. Likely. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is this? Well, here you go. And now as exchange, I'm borrowing. So, oh God, Jesus Christ! I am borrowing undead planks. Boop. Okay, now how do I make the thingy? I gotta go back to my house. God damn it. It's fine. Whoop. I forgot about that plane. Just told me I came for who you lose. I'm going around breaking young. Oh, inside the house. Hey, let's go downstairs and crush up a few more gems. In the room. Oh, bop, bop, bop. There you go. And then boop. How many do I get there? That one? How many do I need? 3? Alright, we're getting our exercise in chat. Oh shit. There you go. Bop, 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 bop. Alright. I think I'm gonna make one more piece though. It's like this and then like this. I already exercised today. Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. I'll exercise. I got it. It's okay. I got it. I got it. Don't worry. Bah, bah. Getting that you know the grape juice and. Alright, there. Jean is not my love. And it's one of these, and one of these, and one of those. And then this, and then you can have that. Oh wait, no, I need that. I need this. I need this. Alright, and then... Oh, shit. You have to do... How do we do the first thing on the... How do we do the things with the things? Let's do... Oops. Boop. I wanted the wood rod, I think. Maneuverability 150 speed. I think so. Yeah. There we go. So we do these two, and then this guy, and then this guy, and then these guys. Oops. This guy, and then I need wool. My wife. I think this should be fine. Side. Wool. Alright. And then this thing, the membrane. Boop. Modifiers 1 out of 6. 2 out of 6, okay. What is the other thing I do? Feathers? Feathers, I think, is the other thing. Do I have feathers? Right downstairs. Or actually... Oh, wait. No, the feathers do the same thing as... Feathers do the same thing as the membrane. So I want glowstone. I'll catch up soon, but I'm going to stuff, unpack, and fall into bed. Sounds good. Sounds good. We do have Dragonlance on Thursday, so I'm sure if we don't catch up before then, we can catch up on Thursday. Where's my glowstone? Did glowstone. What else did we do? I think it was like speed. Speed is okay. It's hard sometimes. Where'd my broom go? I left my broom upstairs. I think I have to do 2. Yeah, because if I do another one, oh, it still is 2. Okay. I'm taking my time on my ride. Taking my time on my ride. How many of these can I put in here? 2. Still says 2. Okay, now it says 3. Okay. Come here. Gotta go get glowstone. Which I could go to the Twilight Forest and get that. That won't be so bad. You go back in my backpack. It's probably like depot stuff, but I don't really want to depot stuff here. I want to depot it at the other house. I think I want to depot it at the other house. Okay, and then I need to go get Twilight Forest stuff. Surprised I don't have glowstone, but that's okay. It's over here. I could just use it. No, I can't. I don't have blood. I don't have any blood, chat. There's no blood for the blood gods in my broom, so I can't do it yet. Oh. Where's my hole? I have a hole. I have a hole into this mound. I think it's over here. Yeah, it is. There we go. Ah! Jesus. Don't hee at me, you bitch. I'll fuck you up. I'll fuck you up. Don't even stop. Get away from me. I said get away from me. Don't you think about it. Oh, you fucking bitch. Oh. Yeah, you get fucked. I can't even see, which means you can't see. Ow! What the fuck? Ah! Too many things. Leave me alone. Just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Stop. Stop. I just want some glowstone. Ow! I just want some glowstone. Stop. Leave me alone. Stop. Leave me alone. I said stop. I said stop. I said stop. I said stop. Oh my God. Get away from me. Stop. Stop. What part of get away from me don't you understand? Jeez, these guys. Some goddamn glowstone. Hmm? Broom. Glowstone in it. Hey, hey! I said get away from me! Huh? Hmm? I'm good. I think. I'm hearing weird things, but it's alright. Get away from me, you stupid witch! Stop. Yeah, speed potion did what? Speed potion did what, huh? That's what I thought. Alright. What can a girl do to get some peace down here? Keep going until it says 4. I have more. I see you. I see you in the corner of my screen. Don't you even think about it. Leave me alone. God damn it. Am I gonna need more glowstone? I am. I can stop sassing them? No. I'll stop sassing them once they leave me alone. Which it seems like they're doing, but I can still hear them. So... no. I just want to remake my broom. That's all I want. Three. Alright, cool. Count them out. Alright. Let's get out of here. Ow, fuck. Oh, welcome home. Let's get out of here. I don't want to be here no more. Am I just leaving stuff on the floor? Hold on. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's the stuff. Okay. Get away from me. Get away from me. Stop. I think if I go... not from here. Tiny Lady Big Cave, yep. Okay. On my way out of here. Alright. Where's the portal? Portal's over there. Whee! I like that the portal thing is like above where it should be. I think. I sure hope. Where's the portal? Me. Oh, there it is. I'm too small now. I can't see shit. Now we got a depot. Blocks. Drops. Alright, Take this guy, put him back in our inventory. The ores, put that in there. Put this bow back in my backpack. Switch the shovels out. Put the hats in the hat drawer. Then this guy, you should be taking some of the blood. Yeah. Alright, cool. Alright, now we can do the thing that I was planning to do, which is put ourselves into creative so it'll allow us to teleport. I want the map to load, though. Map load. I don't like that the map isn't fully loading. It's like loading pockets. Was it because I'm inside? No, I just think it's taking a second to load. Which, you know what? It's valid. Alright. There's a dungeon all the way out here, so we're gonna go all the way over here. And we're just gonna wait. We're gonna wait as the game puts us somewhere. Oh god, not in the middle of the ocean. Not in the middle of the ocean. Oh my god. What is this? A forgotten forest. Ooh. Isn't that kind of... It's like the same biome that we live in. Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? I don't know what this is, but I like it here. This is the biome that we live in now. Alright, let's go above the trees. Never mind. Alright. Okay, now we can see. Oh wait, I have to make duplicates of this side. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so if I do this and left shift. Nice. There you go. Okay, now we got backup rooms. We're gonna be okay. Now, compass, cherry. This way. Oh, this is it. I think? Does this Skyrus fail? This is a big village. This a big old village, chat. Let's keep going. Taste it. Where'd that cherry grove? Oh god, a dragon. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. It is following us. Oh god. Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please leave me alone. I don't want to fight you, please. Leave me alone. You're so far away from home. Please. Leave me alone. I'll lose him in the trees, chat. Lose him in the trees. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose myself in the trees. Huh. I lost him. Okay. Cool. Crisis averted. Alright. A lavender field, very pretty. Not what we're looking for though. My broom's gonna run out of battery. And then we're gonna be fucked. Please don't drop me in the middle of the ocean though. Whoa! Nice. Alright. Hello? Any chefs? Any chefs over here? I'm not seeing any weird monuments on the map. I mean, I see a thing, but I think it's another dragon. Please don't be another dragon. That's a dragon. Okay, we're gonna go this way. Hi, bees. I'm not seeing, no. Please, I'm sorry. Please. Ah, I said I'm sorry. Ow, ow, no, I'm super vulnerable. No, I'm super vulnerable. Ah! Good thing I've dumped all my stats into this magical key. Oh my god, not that way. okay. We're okay. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this chef. All I want to find is this chef. There's an emerald over there. No! I was typing something! Bitch. Run. Run. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. This is not running because I'm still a ghost. Please. Please. Leave me be. Okay. I think we're good now. It's a bee. There's a goat. We need blood. We need blood, chat. When we die, it takes all of our blood away from us. We need more blood. See a skeleton on that. Where are you, skeleton? Where are you? I'm not going underneath. You over here? No? I guess we're gonna have to wait till nighttime. I guess we can just walk around. What's that? Ooh. What's that? What are you? You harmful? You going to harm me? Forest stalkers? I guess so. They came running at me. So I'm going to take them running at me as a yes. Blood. Blood. Ice screen? What? They drop anything else? Doesn't look like it. Suck. You keep walking around. Yeah. Alright. Oh, there's a No! 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 Don't let me suffocate in the snow. No! No! I'm too small for this. No! No, I can see through the ice because this is not real ice. No. No, it's so cold. Chat, this is it for me. No, let me go. Let me go. The freezing ice. No. Please let me out. I thought snow was... Okay, well, yeah, I'm not gonna question it. Alright, cool. Oh, not again! No! Okay. Whew. Alright. Alright, so I'm just gonna go over here. What's that? The Dark Tower on snow? No thanks. Tiny cherry grove. That was wild. Hello. Hello, trees. You harbor no ill will, right? Right? I don't know where this thing is. Okay. Oh, I guess I'll just fly around for a bit. What the fuck is this? Oh. Oh god, oh god. Get away from me, get away from me. I'm going the wrong way. This way. Actually, I need more blood. I don't want to take blood from them. I changed my mind. This way. Uh-oh. Was that... I don't know if that was... Okay, I think that might have been the song. Let's go this way. Yep, it was okay. I think? I don't know. Please don't drop me. Please don't drop me. Please don't drop me. Please don't drop me. What's that? What's this? What is this? Thank you. What is this? What the fuck? Holy shit. Yeah, I'm not picking this up. Whee. Please tell me there's land nearby. Oh, my broom ran out of juice. No. No. No, we're moving at a snail's pace because I have no more juice. Well, I'll take a snail's pace rather than no pace. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. Nighttime soon. If we can get up here, I think we'll be okay. We just kind of got to get up here, you know? And then we can wait. We can wait for nighttime. And then I can kill things. And then when I kill things, I'll get... I don't even think it's close to nighttime, actually. I don't know. It feels like sunset. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Alright, now we just gotta wait for things to spawn. All by myself. I got nobody. I'm all by myself. Do I have any armor left? Okay, I do. Gravity gun. Item frames. Anything I don't want? I don't need the bundle. I could put the infinity meat away so I can start eating normal food. Like I can eat this. It says it's inedible, but I'm a carnivore, so I think I'll be fine. I don't need these snowballs. Put those in there. Oh, that's flint. Don't need the seeds. Keep the pink petals. I don't really need these mushrooms either. What are these shields? None of them are that special, I don't think. Locate biome. Candy, sweet plains, crunchy gardens, candy forest. Can't find out. Oh shit. Not find a biome of distance. Okay. What about sweet plains? Ooh, god damn it. Can't find it, but it's also. But there is no cherry grove. First. Sweet calamity. Close group. This dumb mod. The cherry forest. So maybe I just have to keep looking for cherry forests. Like cherry groves and stuff. Cherry. Yeah, maybe. Oh, it's nighttime now. Where at, ye foul beasts? Come at me. Please don't make me go in the water. I'm hydrophobic. And that's very different to homophobic. Because homos are gays, and hydro is water. Are they at the other one? They really spawn at the other one? Okay. I made it. Alright, skeletons. Feed me. Where are you? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Being a block tall is very scary. Are they over there? Where are you? there you are. Ow. Give me blood. I need blood. Blood. Give me blood. How much blood I got? Not enough. I don't need the loot from those dead bodies. I just need to kill them. Yeah. Yeah. I ran out of things. This one. Okay. Oop. I picked up his bow. Drop his bow, because I kind of want to use a normal bow. No, no gods, no gods, no gods, no things of spicy nature spawning, please, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit. How much blood I got? I don't know. Okay. I got a full thing of blood, chat. Yeah. Get away. Get away! Oh my god! Oh my god, get away from me. Get away. You two. Get away from me. I'm too short for you to be shooting at me. Asshole. Give me this heart. Alright, I'm gonna try to take on this guy. See a pillager? Maybe I don't want to do that anymore. Spider coming at me. Get away from me. Get away from me. Eh. Did I hit him? Get him. He is taking no damage! Cat. I might be cooked. What? How much blood we got? Ooh. Alright. We almost got a full thing of blood, chat. Which only filled half of my room. Okay. I'm gonna sneak up on him. Never see this coming. Papa. Get away. Go away. Ooh, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. Okay, you know what, we're leaving. We're leaving! I'm in a cloud. Yeah, you know, this will be fine. Until we find a safer place to harvest souls. Like here. Here's pretty... I think here would be a lot safer. Oh god. Oh god. It's a gatekeeper. Oh, that's for the... Hey, dude. Hey, dude, you're for the thing, right? Where'd you go? You go upstairs? Go to bed? Hey, man. Hey, man. Yeah, you got the blue journal. I don't have any books, though. I do now. And bread. And a flawed gem. Hey, man. Hey, I'm just gonna eat this really quick. I can't eat this? Okay. This one. Yeah. Was a lot of comments saying the NPCs and their songs. Might be Sakura instead. Locate biome. Sweet. Sticky growth? Oh, god damn it. Sweet plains. Minefields? God damn it. Okay, that one didn't work. This one didn't work. Crunchy garden? Nope. Oop. God damn it. Oops. Sticky girl. God damn it. I'm not good at these. Sakura? Okay, let's look at forest. Flower forest. Mod created by Valent. Oh, what is the description? Search. Cherry forests. I think it would be this sentence. There's a cherry forest. Series. Gotta look up series. Nope. Okay. Sorry, give me that book. Give me that. Alright, cool. Ow, ow! Ow, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is happening to me? Why am I bad? What is happening? What's happening? Why am I drunk? What is happening? Is gone. It's because of you, isn't it? You asshole. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I got this OP ring thing. Yeah. Ow, ow, ow. I know what's happening again. I can't drink and drive. Please don't let me drink and drive. Oh, God. Okay, we're good. Where are we? We're in a place, okay. Maybe tomorrow. What is the hut? What is the hut that I'm looking for? Oh, maybe I can, okay. Oh, shit. Green portal, energy tower, me. Tiny village bakery. I think I need a village bakery. Oh shit. What? So am I going this way? That's a dragon! Oh god, okay, let the world load. Oh, don't let the world load, don't let the world load! Ow! Ow! Run. We're safe. I'm safe. Jesus. I should have more meat in my backpack. Hi, Chaotic! Hi. Oh. Hi! Hi! How was work? Not another dragon! No, please! I can't outrun the dragon while the world is loading! No! Fight something else! Don't eat me! Please, I'm not a snack! What's this? I hide in this? I'm hiding in this. Yeah, can't you get me in here, bitch? Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my god. Fuck you. Fuck off. You bitch. Fuck off. Fuck off. Oh no. Ow, ow. No, 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 I'm gonna die. Ah! not good. He's still here. Oh, no, he's eating things. Okay, we're leaving. Okay, wait. 314-15. 31. Okay, we're close. Okay, wrong way. This way. We gotta go this way. Don't follow me. Alright. Okay, the music from that series is dope. That's valid. Devil May Cry is a cool game. No, not another dragon. Please. Okay, there's a bakery. Wait, what was the chords? 313. Okay, we're going the right way. This way. We just need to find a bakery. Okay, we're gonna let the world load a little bit. What was it? 313. Negative 313. Oh, this is a cherry grove. Oh, will it be in the cherry grove? What the fuck is this? I don't think that's a bakery. Is that a bakery? Is that a chef? No, it's not a chef! I can't see anything! No! Please, I can't see. Please. I can't see. Please. Oh, thank God. Is it that? Is it the thing next to it? What is this? There's a lot of things over here. Okay. There's cows here. The fuck? Whoa! Purple cows! I want one. I want one. Give me one. Give me one. I want one. Stolen one. Get in my backpack. Alright. Hello? Hello? Oh! Gummy hanging sign. Oh! Hello? Chef? Name is Chef? Cupcakes. Paper? Cupcakes? I can't eat these because I'm a cat. Hello, Chef? 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 Where is Chef? Oh, candy? Ooh, piece of candy? Hello, Chef? Chef? Where is he? Is he here? Or is he not here? Aw, damn it. Is he not here? Chef? 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 Chef, I have too much stuff in my inventory, Chef. Chef? Chef probably died, yeah, maybe. Okay, well, we gotta go find another one. But I really got a depot, so I'm gonna go back home. Gotta go home. Going home. Is that a fucking phoenix? Can I wait, hold on. I'm sorry, Moo Bloom. I have bigger missions. Get in my gem. Get in my gem. You're gonna get into my gem. Come here. Yes! I caught a phoenix! Yeah! Nothing can stop me now. I'm a phoenix god. Yippee! Okay, so it seems like the bakeries do spawn in cherry groves. I'm just unlucky. Okay. Go home. I can't believe I just put a phoenix in a gem. I can, though. This little guy. I don't even know what you do with a phoenix. What do you even do with a phoenix? What do you even do with a phoenix? Can you keep a phoenix as a pet? Do I just have a phoenix now? Okay, I'm gonna release it. But what's the lesson? Wait, what? It is very different. I'm on fire. Ah! Oh! Oh! No, not a dragon! Ow! The rain is saving me. We're going home. Go home. Time to go home. I'm going home. Straight home. We're not veering off the path. We have no room in our inventory to veer off the path. Unless we find a chef on the way home. Which is completely possible. But we are going straight home. That dragon is still following us. Please leave me alone. He's catching up. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, please. My broom is running out of blood. Our best bet is to probably land in the ocean. And just hope that he fucks off. Please leave me alone. Time to drop in the ocean. Because there's nothing I can do. Yeah. Ah, what do you mean I'm underwater? Oh! No, there's things underwater that are bad. No, please don't let me die underwater, please. Please, please. Please, please, this is so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Hi, Maurice. Hi, Maurice. Oh my god, I'm as tall as Maurice is. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Is that living coral? What the fuck? Swim! 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 I don't have a boat. Ah! 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 The ocean is terrifying! Let me out! Let me out. My cool pets! Man, these are cool pets! Oh, I'm going into snail space. I have no blood. I could make a boat. I have a boat. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Okay. Oh my god. Get in. We go. Dun 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 dun. Thanks, Pixels. I'm going. I'm going. I'm riding out onto the ocean. Until we find land! Land ho! I can't say that yet. I haven't found land yet. What's that? Hey, it's so spooky in the waters at night. I should check what the other origin stuff is. Because I'm a cat. But there were some other ones I added, I think. But I think I like the cat because the cat solves all my problems. The cat has night vision? Hold on, I can check. Nope. Not that button? Ah, I changed it. Got it. Oh, I don't remember what button it is. But, I have night vision. I am vulnerable to fire. I am the size of, I'm 1/4 size of a human, but I can see at night. I think there's one, oh, and I can only eat meat. So, There's something coming after me. There's something coming after me. There's something coming after me. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. If I don't see it, it doesn't exist. If I don't see it, it doesn't exist. Oh my god. How much water can there be? No, there's something coming at me. Oh my god, the ocean is so scary. The ocean is so scary. There's so many red dots. I think red dots mean bad. I actually don't know. I thought red dot means dropped items. I actually don't know. But there's something coming at me. Stop, 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 stop. Please, stop, stop. Please. Please, it's coming for my ass. Oh my god! Oh my god, I turned around. Where is the land? Land! Land home, mateys! We're going. Hi, I was in bad Wi-Fi jail and couldn't type in chat. No problem. Welcome on in. I'm glad you have good internet now. What are you? Oh my god. Oh my god. There are things. There are things here that I don't particularly like. Okay, but we're getting blood. It's a good thing. I wonder how to change my resource packs again. Okay. What happened? Was that lightning? Why the fuck was there lightning? What kind of hat? I have no more inventory space. I have to go home. But there was a plant. You should have some juice, though. Juice! We go. Go. Look at you. Did you get your workies done? I did! I got them done early, actually, which was nice. I didn't expect to get them done early, but I did. It was really weird. I thought I forgot something. But no, I did all the work I had to do for today on stream. And I got that done. Because usually I get them done closer to like 7-ish. But we got done an hour early. The wastelands. I have no inventory space. I was like, ooh, loot. But I can't take it because my inventory's full. Nice, thank you. I hope work wasn't too poo-poo. I hope work was okay. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna stop. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Did I pick up my boat? I think I left my boat. Shit. I did not mean to leave my boat. What the fuck is... What was that? What was that? Oh my god? I was almost smited. I don't want to be smited. But was alright. Haha, was work. Understandable, but at least you're off work now and you can just relax. You can just hang out, relax, chill, vibe. I'll probably get off here in a little bit though. What about you? How's stream going? Good, good. I'm just vibing, playing Minecraft, having a good time myself. I figured out my great mystery of one of the mods that I added, so just gotta get lucky and hopefully find the villager I need. The chef. But for now, we gotta go back home because my inventory is full of stuff. Berries. Because we kind of went far as fuck away, so now I'm just trying to make a path back. This might take me a little bit. Might have some trials and tribulations along the way, but that's okay. Honestly? What's here? What the fuck? Is that a griffin? It's a hippogriff. Oh no, not another dragon. Please, no, get out of here. Get out of here. Please, not again with the dragons. Please. And a dragon again when I've run out of juice. When I'm running out of juice in my broom. No! Leave me alone! Please! It's all about the journey. It is. And my journey is about to be cut short by this dragon. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You're making me load the world as we're flying through it. Ow! See, this is what happens when you do that. Aha! Okay, wait. We can, like, hide in here. You can, like, hide below the trees. What the fuck is this? Enchanted Tangle? Oh, well, this is, like, not so bad. Okay, let's go back in. We need blood. Anybody want to give me blood? You want to give me blood, don't ya? I think I just have to kill them and I'll get the blood. Hold on. Put them next to each other. Little mobs over here. Skeleton. It'd be really nice if this thing could get like a multi-kill. That'd be pretty nice. Oh, that thing's shiny. Get away from me, creeper. Go away, go away, go away. Away from me. What the fuck? You have no health. Better archer than you. Yeah, boy. Give me your blood. That dragon is still here. Oh my god. Thank God for mob griefing being turned off. Thank goodness. This horse is slow. How much blood I got? Is any I need to do? Whoa. I need more blood. He craves violence, he does. But I'm hiding underneath the tree, so we'll be okay. We're safe. This enchanted tangle's really cool, though. Oh. Skeleton. Die for me, skeleton. Thank you. Okay, this is enough. To get us at least a ways. There's bears. What is that? There's a cemetery. Okay, I'm getting distracted. We literally don't have any more room. Well, we have a little bit of room, but not enough room that I could justify us getting distracted again, so let's go home. And hopefully us loading this much of the world will have us peek at more cherry groves, though. Oh, Rainbow, you can lift this logs! Nice. Fly above it. Ooh, a jungle temple? This looks like a weird jungle temple, but it is a jungle temple, it seems. I haven't seen those in a long time. Bamboo forests. Let me go home. Oh, wait. Well, this would have been a cute place to build. I feel like, you know? Maybe I'll do another build out here sometime. I think this place would be nice. Ooh, does any of you want to give me blood? Do you want to give me blood? It does look like it. It do be looking like you want to give me your blood. Thank you. And your loot? Ooh, not enough room for loot. Now we got enough room for loot. No! No, wait. That's just a wyvern. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, I should let this villager out. You're free! Any more loot? Any more loot around here? No? Alright. Have a nice time. Alright, no more getting distracted. But that was a good idea, though. No, it's one of these. One of the crypt things. I'm gonna get home. Don't worry, guys. Elena will be on track. And I'll get us home. And now that I know that I just need to scour every cherry grove for one of those structures, we'll be okay. Oh, Jesus. Ooh, little finches. Jesus Christ, a kilometer in this game is long. Because we started this journey at 2.2. Now we're at... Oh, Jesus. Did I run out? I think I ran out. Okay. Wait, no, I didn't run out. Ebony. Oh, this is an ebony tree? Oh. Okay. I quite like the ebony stuff. It's like... Because sometimes you just don't have black blocks. You just like have dark gray or dark brown, but ebony is like a true black block, and I like it. Ah. Alright. I have to do it all the time. It's relatable, ain't it? Oh. That's what all this stuff to load. What is this? Oh. Okay. All apart. All of me. I think tomorrow I'm gonna play with... So tomorrow we're gonna do video editing. And... I kind of want to play with some art stuff, I think. And then play some gas station simulator, I think is my plan. Because I want to try what it would look like. Because, like, there's some VTubers out there that do what are called, like, VTuber frames. Where, like, you know how IRL cam streamers for their camera, they just have, like, a little cute little box around the camera? Well, VTubers are kind of doing something similar, but the VTubers kind of, like, peeking out of the box. So I'd like to know how that would look for games. If that would look fun at all.
Mother, I crave the cherries. For why have we still no cherries?
We have cherries at home. Oh, no! Oh, no, die. Die for me. Die, you evil, evil woman. Evil, evil! Evil! Get away from me! Ah! Get out. Ow. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We are A-okay. We're good. We have cherries at home. We just don't have the cherries, you know? There's loot there, but I can't have it. Loot there, but I can't have it. Blue. I'm getting there, but I'm gonna need more blood. I need more blood, chat. Wee. What was that? A deer? I could just kill normal animals, I realize. I don't have to just kill enemies. I could kill whatever I want. Should have thought about that soon. Oh, fuck. Please don't be a big ocean of water. Please. Oh, thank God. Let me kill normal. What's in here? That's a boss. Nope. That's a boss. No, I'm good. I think I'll stick to the things that are my size. Thank you very much. Goodness. Goes looking for blood, finds a god. You know? Typical things. Apparently. I don't think I've ever had this problem. Where, like, I've just run out of juice. Is this a cave? Is it a cave? No. There's entities over there. We can kill them. So what's this one? My booty's broke, chat. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? My booties are broken. Alright. Entities. Chicken. Chicken gave us so little blood. I need bigger entities, I think. Sheep. Sheep gave us very little blood as well. Does it have to be enemies? Enemies have been giving us more blood. Is there anything evil out here? Well, I'll squeeze that juice out of there. A little bit of juice. Any bad guys in here? Hello? Doesn't look like it. Oh, there's villagers here, though. Die for me! Yes! Give me your blood. Oh, what was that? The villager? I didn't see him. So he's gonna keep going. 16 kilometers. God damn, I went far. Why did I go so far? What's the lifetime left in the moment? It's a cemetery, but the cemetery won't really have mobs. You will, though. Oh, God. Ran out of... No! I ran out of the little thingies. Get away from me. Stop it. Anyone else? Anyone else want a piece of this? You? You can't even get down from there, stupid. Can I even get up there, though? Can. Yeah, fuck you. Come here, Emerald. Yes. Now we can make home, I think. If I keep doing that, if I keep finding pillager locations and just wrecking the shit out of their homes, I think we'll be good. I think I found the strat. Too late for us. Wee. 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 Okay. Ooh, rainbow forests. This is the... Oh, no, not another dragon, please. Ah! I just want to go home. How is it that I'm pretty stacked, right? I'm pretty stacked as someone who has, like, a broom and stuff like... Where'd my broom go? Are you kidding me? Where's my broom? See, this is why I made duplicates of my broom. So bullshit like that'll happen. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Well, thank God. How do I get it, though? I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna get out of here now. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna get out of here now. I just wanna go home. I just wanna go home, chat. I don't know if they're gonna let me go home. Please. Oh, honestly, I should sleep because it's nighttime. Where's my bag? Where's my sleeping bag? There it is. Alright. Whee! Now it's not so scary, you know? I think we'll make it. Well, I don't know about you, chat, but I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna be just fine. What the fuck is this? What is this? Okay. That was nothing. It's a fire alarm that went off and it spooked me. What is that? Blood? Blood sacrifices? Oh my God, I can't see again. I can't see. Alright. I'm presuming one of them. Oh my God, no. I'm gonna presume that some of them died for me. Right, there we go. Oh wait, we have milk buckets. Oh. Well, it's gone now. Whee! Moving. Raccoons. Because I was on the search for blood, I'm gonna be honest, I saw those raccoons and I was like, murder! But I can't. They're just raccoons. Ooh, hello? Oh, it's another gatekeeper. Oh god, not again, not with the ice. Oh, I can't save, please. Whee. Alright. Hopefully we'll just, we'll just cruise our way home. I don't think that the blood will last 12 kilometers, but, we can hope. We can always hope. Whee! Ooh, is this a pillager outpost? With no pillagers? It's fine. I'd rather attack their huts. Their huts are easier. They're not so layered within the forest. Minecraft! Hi, Teeny! Hi, how's it going? This is Skyrus Vale. I'm just trying to make my way home. I am good. How are you doing today? Ooh, what's this? Blood? Blood? More blood? No, this is just a villager thing. This is not a pillager thing. Oof. Wee. I'm good just chilling with some Minecraft like you. Hell yeah! You playing modded or vanilla? How long have you had that surveyor? I might give you a treat. Semi-modded vanilla, nice. I think you died more today than in Conkers. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Considering that in Conkers, I have like 8 health, technically. I can get hit 8 times. And this one, I can get hit less than that if it's fire. Quality of life stuff, that's valid. Oh, I ran out of blood. In the middle of the ocean. It's fine. Let's make a boat. It'll be fine. We just need to make a boat. Swim up and just plant a boat. And we go on the boat. And we'll be okay. See, this is why I gave you my endless ham, the fire resist potion effect. Oh wait, is that what it does? Is that what did it do that? I can do this. I think the fire resist I have to upgrade. I like cooking in this game. I have the fire debuff because I'm a cat now. As a goblin, it didn't matter as much. I also have less health as a cat, which I think is silly because cats have 9 lives. The upgrade at 5 lets you give it a potion effect. Oh, that's cool. Daddy is cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Swimming. Just keep swimming. Well, we're gonna be fine, chat. We're gonna be a-okay. What's that? Is it a shipwreck? You could also use an obsidian skull. What does an obsidian skull do? Land. Ah, the bonkers. Give me this boat. Our luck, we're gonna need again. Oh fuck! Give me. Thank you. I said thank you. keep going. Beep, 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 beep. Way it sounds. Just gotta get past this to get to the next body of water, because that's always how it is. Oh, oh, Jesus. Ooh, that's a cool cave. No! No! No, not another dragon, please. 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 Please, I don't think he spotted me yet. He spotted me! He spotted! Keep going. Pretend like that didn't happen and we keep going. This is why we put all of our arcana, our level ups into that one thing, and that is to go back to our spawn points. Ooh, where's my home? My home is this way. I'm going the wrong way. Fuck. Oh, frick. Those elephants are pillagers? I can't tell. I think they're pillagers, which is good because we need more blood. I think he spotted you. I think so too. Maybe I smelt? Maybe I need a shower. But I took a shower last night. Alright. What's up, dude? Give me my blood. Blood, give me blood. That's a good amount of blood. What's he doing? What are you doing in there? You know what? It's none of my business. That's none of my business. I'm leaving. More blood? No. Doesn't look like it. Quest complete. Oh my god, we're so close to home. Oh my god. We're gonna make it, chat. We're gonna make it. Whee! Yippee! Don't bonk into trees. Don't bonk into trees. Oh my god, chat, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Honestly, I should just ride the boat when I'm above water. Because that way we can save blood if we just boat over the water. And then when we're on land, we can just use the brew. But hopefully, with how close we are to home, I'm thinking might be okay, but never hurts to be safe. That's cool. Something over there too. Nope, I don't have inventory. I don't have inventory or resources. Give me both. Alright, and then to save even more juice, we'll go from the top of this hill. Oh, it's a broken nether thing. Luke the Manly. Fucking bye, Luke. Not my business, not today. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're so close. At the tree. Ah. We're getting there, chat. We're almost there. Please hold on, broom. Oh my god, Minecraft really doesn't want me to get home. Please. Okay, maybe I just let it load a little bit. Let it load a little bit. Oh my fucking god, what in the fuck knuckles is this? Dreadstone? What the fuck? Hold on. Create waypoint. What the fuck? Okay. We'll come back to that someday. Not right now, though. What kind of blood, though? I think I had more than blood. Frost? What the fuck? Nope, 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 nope. Don't run out of juice now. It's running! I think there's a dragon behind us. Oh, please, not another dragon. Please, please. Ah! The dragon's right behind us. No, please, please. I didn't even see him. I didn't even see him, please. Please, we're so close to home. No! Run, run. We're running. We're running. We're running. Run. We're running. Oh my god, they're frost creepers. That's really cool. Oh my god. Just keep running. Keep going, me. Come on, oh my god, the cows. The cows have emissives. Why do the cows have emissives? Do the cows have ears? Oh, my shit's not working. Ah, fuck! Fine, just keep going. Please, we're so close to home. Please. 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 This shit sucks. Give me blood. Give me blood. Give me blood, please. I'm so close to home. Please. It's right there. Go, baby, go. I'm going. I'm going. I'm trying. All the blood carrying me. I'm trying to go. Fuck off, Honorable Carson the Sage. I got a home to be at. I gotta go see Maurice. My rat needs me. Please. Oh my god. The fact that the numbers are dwindling like this, and it's not like 1 kilometer, it's like a mile or whatever, makes it feel a lot more hopeful. But like 4K fucking miles is still a lot. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, please. Actually, this is no! What do you mean there's a dragon? No! How do I keep running into dragons? This is like my mortal enemy as this race. Ow, ow. Please. Please, mercy. Yeah, mercy, please. Please. Oh my god. No, get away from me. 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 Oh, get away from me. Away! A scroll? Oh my god, the dragon. Oh my god, please leave me alone. Ow. Did I die? Uh-oh. I crashed my game! Yippee! I crashed my game! Oh no! Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Let's go raid somebody. Like, I'm done for the night. Yep, the game said no more dragons for you. It's a no more game for me, period. Who are we gonna go raid? Let's go raid. Let's go. They've been streaming for 9 hours, though. That's okay. W stream! Thank you, thank you, thank you! I'm gonna go fix my Minecraft again, and I gotta go record VO. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and vibing. I had a lot of fun. If you need a raid message, which you should do, so that way they know where you came from, please use that raid message. Otherwise, I love you guys a lot. Love you a lot. Have fun over there. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah.